All right, we can get going when you're ready, Patty and Mike.
Chair, if all the board members can show us their video so we know that we're ready to go, we'll go ahead and start. This time we have 3 of the 4. All right, Chair, we're ready when you are.
Great, thank you, Mike. At this time, I'd like to call to order the meeting of the City of Santa Rosa Design Review Board on August 20th, 2020, and welcome everybody who is joining us. Before we get into our regular agenda, I'd like to call attention to why we are here on Zoom. So due to the provisions of the governor's executive orders N-25-20 and N-29-20, which suspend certain requirements of the Brown Act, and the order of the health officer of the County of Sonoma to shelter in place to minimize the spread of COVID-19, the Design Review Board members will be participating via a Zoom webinar. Members of the public are also able to participate through the Zoom webinar, and as well as a toll-free number with the webinar information ID. There have been several opportunities for the public to make comments ahead of the meeting via email, voicemail, and all of those that made it by the deadline were shared with the members of the board in our packets. And we will take multiple public comments this evening. On item number 4, public comments will be addressed in general to the board on matters of our jurisdiction, and each additional item in item 6, 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 will have their own individual public comment opportunities for those specific items. So with that, Patty, may I have a roll call, please?
Okay, let the record reflect that all board members are present, except for board member Sharon.
And thank you, Patty. That takes us to item number 2 on the agenda, approval of the minutes. You have before you in your packets draft minutes from July 16th, 2020. Do I hear any need for correction or clarification on the July 16th, 2020 minutes? Okay, seeing no one take the opportunity, we'll go ahead and put those into the record.
Chair Kincaid, this is Bill. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. This is Bill Rose. It looks like we inadvertently, the posted agenda indicates a start time of 5 o'clock for this meeting. And it might be a holdover from last night because that was a 5 o'clock start time as a downtown item. So recommendation would be to adjourn this meeting and begin it at 5 o'clock. And apologize for that issue.
Okay. I guess we will take that recommendation and we'll take a 25-minute break. We will reconvene at 5 p.m. and thanks for your patience.
And board members, this is the host. We're not going to be ending this session because it's the same numbers. So if you can please stay on so we don't have to rename you and find you again. You can just turn off your videos and mute yourselves until that starts. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. This is one of the hosts. If you're just joining us, I want to let you know that we're going to get started at 5 o'clock. So board members, if you can go ahead and turn on your cameras for us and prepare for that, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. And Chair Kincaid, when we do start this meeting, just wanted to reiterate that we're treating it like it's a brand new meeting. So if you can reread that intro paragraphs that you have, and note that we do have a couple of the public that are here by phone. So we can make sure to give those instructions. Thank you.
Okay, I've got 5 o'clock. Before we restart the meeting, just wanted to catch everybody up to speed. There were 2 published start times for this evening's meeting of the Design Review Board, one at 4:30 and one at 5 p.m. In order to afford the public the greatest opportunity to provide input on our agendized items and to the board directly, we went ahead and stopped what we started at 4:30, and we are reopening the meeting from the top here at 5 o'clock. So with that, I'd like to call the meeting of the City of Santa Rosa Design Review Board this August 20th, 2020 to order. Before we get into the formal agenda, I'd like to announce why we are here in this Zoom virtual meeting. Due to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Orders N-25-20 and N-29-20, which suspend certain requirements of the Brown Act, and the order of the Health Officer of the County of Sonoma to shelter in place to minimize the spread of COVID-19, the Design Review Board members will be participating via Zoom webinar. As well as members of the public can also participate via Zoom webinar and or dial in toll-free to join the meeting by phone. I would like to acknowledge that we do have members of the public currently joining us by phone, and those members will be able to speak on the items in which they so choose. So there are 2 separate and distinct public comment periods this evening. There's public comment in item number 4 for items that are not on tonight's agenda. People can speak to the jurisdiction and the matters pertaining to the board. Each agendized item, items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3, will have its own public comment period during which time those items are heard. Members of the public are asked to keep their comments to 3 minutes, and were afforded the opportunity to also share by email prior to the meeting and by voicemail. Any of those that were received and not presented to the board will be read into record, and voicemails will be played into record this evening. With that, Patty, may I have a roll call, please?
Let the record reflect that all board members are present except for board member Sharon.
Excellent, thank you. So item number 2 is approval of the minutes. We have draft minutes from July 16th, 2020. Are there any board members wishing to make corrections or changes? Okay, seeing none, those minutes from July 16th, 2020 will be put into the record. Item number 3 is board business. This is where we differentiate ourselves as a board and what our purview is. So per zoning code chapter 20-52-030F, project review, the review authority shall consider the location, design, site plan configuration, and the overall effect of the proposed project upon surrounding properties and the city in general. Review shall be conducted by comparing the proposed project to the general plan, any applicable specific plan, applicable zoning code standards and requirements, consistency of the project within the city's design guidelines, architectural criteria for special areas, and other applicable city requirements, i.e. city policy statements and or development plans. So that's this board's purview, and that's what general public comment would be made on. Before we get into public comment, I know we have some abstentions by board members this evening, and it's been a bit confusing. So I'd like to go board member by board member and let me know if you're abstaining on any item. So if we can start with board member Hedgepeth, are you abstaining on any of the scheduled items?
Okay, no, I'll be all on board, no abstentions.
Thank you, board member Hedgepeth. Board member Cordenbrock.
No abstentions tonight. Surprise.
Board member Wicks.
No abstentions tonight.
Great, thank you. And board member Wagle.
Yes, I'll be abstaining from item 6.3 as that item, the architecture firm I work for is part of the applicant team.
Great. And I have no abstentions this evening, and so it looks like we will hold a quorum for all items. Thanks for letting us take that out of order. So at this time, I would like to open up the meeting for public comment. Again, each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to comment. This would be general comments on items under the city's design review board's purview and within the city's jurisdiction.
Chair Kincaid, we don't have any hands raised at this time. We can give it a couple of minutes maybe.
Yep, let's go ahead and give it a couple of minutes and we'll see if anyone wishes to speak.
Just a reminder, if you're calling in via phone, if you press *9, it'll raise your hand. If you have a public comment at this time, press *9.
Chair Kincaid, it appears we don't have any public comments at this time.
Okay, wonderful. Then I will close the public comment period. Already having done item number 5, statements of abstention, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 6, our scheduled items. Up first, we have item 6.1. It is a public hearing for 38 Degrees North Phase 2, preliminary design review at 2660 Petaluma Hill Road, file number PRJ19-017. And we have Senior Planner Jamians with us to give us a staff presentation. I will hand it over to Senior Planner Jamians.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid and members of the Design Review Board. Let me share my screen. I need my participant screen sharing enabled, please. The item tonight, 6.1, is for a multifamily project, 38 Degrees North, Phase 2. All right. And this is a multifamily project that consists of a 172 residential apartments on a 2.54 acre open space preserve and reservation of a 1.04 acres site for the future development of an approximately 21,000 square foot community shopping center, all on an approximately 10.9 acre parcel. The residential apartments would be contained within 8 three-story buildings. On-site amenities would include a clubhouse, pool, and spa area, and pedestrian pathways. The 2.54 acre open space preserve located in the center of the portion of the site contains seasonal wetlands and an ephemeral creek and separates the site into north and south development areas. Proposed improvements would be set back a minimum of 50 feet from the creek. A pedestrian crossing over the creek would provide connectivity between the north and southern portions of the site. The 1.04 acre future development site would allow construction of an approximately 21,000 square foot community shopping center, which is consistent with the general plan designation. The applicant is requesting a parking reduction. Table 3-4 of the city's zoning ordinance sets forth the parking requirements for multifamily dwellings. The parking table requires one covered space plus 0.5 visitor spaces per unit for studio and 1 bedroom units, and 1 covered space plus 1.5 visitor spaces per unit for 2 or more bedroom units. Those visitor spaces may be in tandem with spaces for the unit or on street abutting the site. The project proposes to introduce a total of 270 parking spaces on site, consisting of 172 covered stalls and 98 uncovered stalls. Parking is proposed at a ratio of 1 space per 1 bedroom and 2 spaces per 2 and 3 bedroom units for a total of 270 parking spaces or 1.57 spaces per unit. So the applicant is requesting approximately 22.9% parking reduction from the required 350 spaces. In addition to on-site parking, a total of 29 off-site parking spaces will be constructed as part of the project's site frontage improvements along Franz Kafka Avenue, providing additional parking availability for visitors. Here's the project site displaying the general plan designation of retail, medium residential, and the CSC zoning district. Multifamily is a permitted use. And here's the project context. You can see the Costco shopping center to the northwest, and the residential development around the north and east. There's a little bit closer view. You can see that Franz Kafka Avenue that I just mentioned. They would be improving that frontage as part of their project. Here's a proposed site plan showing the open space preserve and where the buildings would be located. The clubhouse is central to the site, and the parking is spread throughout the project area. The applicant is prepared a more detailed presentation going through their design, proposed design. As far as CEQA, the project has been found in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. An initial study was prepared, which resulted in a mitigated negative declaration, or an MND. The draft MND was circulated for a 30-day public comment period commencing June 11th. And part of your review will include considering the MND and mitigation measures for this project. With that, staff is recommending that the design review board adopt the mitigated negative declaration and approve preliminary design review of a proposed 8-building, 3-story, 172-unit multifamily apartment complex and associated parking reduction request. With that, staff is available for questions, and the applicant team has prepared a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tumians. Great presentation as always. What I'd like to do is take questions for staff, and then we'll hear from the applicant's presentation, and then we'll open up for public comment and then take questions for the applicant. So questions for staff. Board Member Hedgepeth.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Board Member Cordenbrock.
I do, but I can't formulate them quite yet.
You can go ahead and think about it, and we'll go ahead and we can take staff questions once we have the applicant presentation also. So,
well, yeah, I guess I'll go ahead. I think I can summarize quickly. With the MND and its findings, how are those able to be fluid? Are those able to be interpreted differently by this board? Are they kind of truth, fact right now? And I guess, yeah, that's kind of the broad question. And the mitigation measures, are those kind of already, those are set forth and kind of in stone with this, with the approval of this MND?
Sure, Kincaid, this is Bill Rose. I can handle that one. To some degree, it's a public document. It's been circulated. So I think what we would request is if you can specify what your questions are, and we can evaluate if there's any ability to modify that document in any way. But I would say the general position is, because it's been out for public review, it's fairly limited, but very, very much interested in what your specific question would be.
But yeah, no, you bring up a good point. Yeah, and I understand that they're circulated publicly. And how are those when it is and there are comments? How does the city, how does the report respond to those comments or concerns?
So you're talking about if the city receives comments during the public comment period?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm referring to public comments, but they can be agency comments, public comments. Mm-hmm. Pretty much anybody's welcome to comment. The threshold, the CEQA threshold, is that the city consider those documents. So it's a little different than in an EIR where the city has to respond in writing. It's not a threshold requirement for this type of a document, but they have to be considered. And so that takes, different forms, but that's what our obligation is.
Sure. And I guess I haven't read, or I haven't gotten through the entirety of it, but are those comments cataloged? For instance, can you let us know if it's depending on the specific item, we can get down to specifics, but is there a catalog of those comments, and is that included in this final MND?
If I may, board member, we have our environmental consultant available as an attendee. Her name is Olivia Urban from M Group, and she has her hand raised. I don't know if you'd like to take her comment now or wait for another time.
That's fine. I'm just trying to get an understanding of, with some of the comments that we received from the public and such. They're kind of related. They're kind of related to those, those kinds of impacts that are described in the report, but for instance, the view sheds and cultural resources along Petaluma Hill Road, and specifically Taylor Mountain. They arrive at a certain conclusion, and I'm just wondering if anyone in the public during the public opening of this MND, were there comments related to that?
Yeah, Chair Kincaid, this is Bill Rose again. I think that I would hand that over to our consultant, as Ms. Tumian's indicated. So Olivia Irvin is with us on this call. She did prepare the document. She can certainly answer that question.
Sure.
I think that's appropriate.
Hi there, this is Olivia Urban. I'm a principal environmental planner with M Group. Bill did a great job of addressing your kind of overall question about how the response and comments kind of play in. These are mitigation measures, have been identified based on the impacts. They have been circulated as Bill suggested. There is an opportunity to augment or modify those in some way should this body choose to do that. It does need to still be in alignment with meeting the intent of that mitigation. But if there's a desire to clarify or enhance it in some fashion, that absolutely can be on the table. To get at your question, all of the comments that we have been provided with are much more general in nature and did not rise to the level of requiring or prompting us to go back and revisit the mitigation measures. That is something that when I receive any comment letter, I take a really close look at and see, is there something that makes me want to revise the MND or the initial study or augment the MMRP in any fashion? And that is not the case on any of the comments that we received. But if you are hearing something or you have a concern or a specific question or a suggestion of how to enhance or make that mitigation more robust, that is absolutely on the table.
Okay. No, that's great. It's just specific to 7.1. And I don't know if, we've got a couple of presentations yet and, comments for, the applicant team. So I'm not sure what point or what juncture this comes in, but I guess I would I would think that the finding for at least under 7.1 that maybe there's not a significant impact, but more than what. There's a significant impact to some of the views, I guess, and I'm just wondering, how M Group arrived at some of the descriptions and the mitigation kind of discussion around that impact, the scenic resource and the vista impact.
Sure. Am I still live? Yeah.
Yes.
So, this is a project that is consistent with the general plan, and the general plan EIR was looked at to rely on the consistency findings there. So the site does have views of the background of the hillside with Taylor Mountain, and that impact was considered. Because the general plan sort of plans for and identifies and anticipates this kind of development here, we landed with a less than significant impact conclusion. Some of the things that we do take into consideration when looking at the views in particular is related to prominent public views from public spaces. So a park or a community center, things like that. And we don't have that here. What we do have is a scenic, a locally recognized roadway. And but because it's very consistent with the general plan and with the development pattern, as you come into the city, it felt like we could make that less than significant finding.
Okay. Actually, Brett, can I tag on to something here? I think there's an element in 7.1 that may be helpful for I think maybe you and me and potentially the public. The urban growth boundary, I think that's an interesting thing to understand and what impacts that has in terms of the scenic components that I think Brett is asking about. Could you speak to kind of what the urban growth boundary is in relation to the general plan? I think this might address some public comment too, I think.
Yeah, that's a great, thanks, Drew. That's kind of a perfect kind of segue into another question, so thank you.
I think that was directed back at me. This is Olivia again. I'll jump back in.
Correct. Yeah, you or staff.
I'll kick it off, and if staff wants to add on, absolutely. Yeah. So right on, page 26 of the initial study, right under the aesthetics setting, the first thing we talk about is the urban growth boundary. That is absolutely the limit within which the city of Santa Rosa has said this is where we will concentrate growth. So the idea is that outside of that is areas that are preserved for open space and ag and non-develop intensity, and that all of the urban development happens within that urban growth boundary. And so that is absolutely the case here. This is inside the urban growth boundary and follows the development pattern of building within that boundary.
I think that was helpful for me and hopefully for the public to understand that element is part of the general plan, what's set up to define where this type of development could occur. And then when you go outside that, it requires kind of a different analysis, potentially an EIR in that regard, because it's not covered under a general plan or an urban growth boundary. Would that be correct?
Yes, absolutely. Any development that is outside of the urban growth boundary would be a very different kind of analysis.
And just to, I guess, clarify, okay, the property is within the UGB. Gotcha. For some reason, I see it as an old or something where I thought the project was outside of the UGB, but I cannot find. Anyway, yeah, so those are all my questions at the time for staff.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Wicks, questions for staff?
Yeah, one quick one. Too many screens here. Sorry, bear with me. Is it my understanding that the entire 10.9 acres is designated open space and they're dedicating 2.5 acres of open space to be preserved of that total site, or is just the 10.54 acres designated as open space?
So the 10.5 acres is the total project site acreage. The open space preserve, are you talking about the open space preserve? It's 2.54 acres.
Is the entire site a dedicated open space preserve? Just the 2.54 acres is designated in the zoning code and general plan as to be open space. Is that correct?
I'm pulling up the general plan slide. It's designated retail, medium residential.
All right, maybe the applicant can address on how and why the 2.54 acres became dedicated open space.
The open space that they're preserving on site is a mitigation requirement due to wetlands, but the site is not designated open space. That would be a separate general plan designation.
Okay, I'm kind of reading some of the comments in the late correspondence, and it seemed to indicate that some people in the public believe the entire site is an open space designation. So I was hoping to have staff and or the applicant address that.
Yeah, Board Member Wicks, this is Bill Rose. I think what Ms. Tumian said is correct. The term open space, it shows up kind of in different situations. So there can be an open space designation in the general plan. That means something quite different than open space that is being included in a property boundary as a mitigation measure to protect some environmental resource like a wetland or a biological preserve of some kind. So with that, I hope that clarifies that for you, for the rest of the board, for the members of the public. And then I would also ask if the applicant could, when they give their presentation, if they might expand on that as well.
Thank you.
Board Member Weigel.
I'm just curious. So we have a mitigated neg deck before us. It's got a number of different items in it. A lot of them are related to construction mitigation, and I'm curious what tools the city has available to them for non-compliance by an applicant during construction as it relates to the mitigated negative deck.
Ms. Irvins or Ms. Tumians, would you like to respond to that? I can do it as well, but perhaps you can respond first.
Yeah, depending on the violation, it would generally be a code enforcement action if the applicant is in any way in violation of the mitigation monitoring reporting program or any of the other conditions in your resolution tonight.
And just to follow up on that, Board Member Weigel, the mitigation plan will have different trigger thresholds. So things have to occur in order, before you get your building permit, so on and so forth. And then once construction starts, certainly there's an effort by the city and also by the applicant to self-monitor as well. But then we are complaint-based code enforcement, so we could follow up on that. And the city does kind of do a progressive action. We would obviously talk to the applicants, try to get immediate remedies, and then the worst case scenario would be stop work orders, and that does not happen very often.
So I think, Bill, you answered. I was trying to get something from you in terms of a public comment, and I think you answered it perfectly. The complaint-based code enforcement, I think that's the key element there to understand. So wrongdoing or incorrect following of the code needs to be reported to the city for an enforcement action to occur, is what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We do inspections, obviously, where we go on site. Those are scheduled inspections, but we're clearly not able, we don't have the resources to be out there all the time. So we really do rely on the public input, just like we rely on the public input for this process tonight, right? They give us, that's why we send out the notices. That's why the environmental document circulates. We really do need their input. They understand the site, they live there. And so we respectfully ask for that. So yeah, as you stated, it is correct.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Chair, if I could tack on just as a point of clarification.
Please.
This is Olivia again. I did want to point out, just for everyone's benefit, that the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which is included as Chapter 9, it does have different columns that specify various actions, and one of those, getting at board members' comment just now, is about non-compliance and sanction activity. So you can look there as well for other tools that the city has. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. And I have no questions for staff. So at this time, I would invite the applicant to make their presentation. Each member of the applicant team that is presenting, if you could identify yourself by name and also your relation to the project, that would be greatly appreciated. So welcome.
Can the recording secretaries indicate whether the applicant is ready to go?
Okay, let me,
if we can get the applicant's name, we have a few people with their hands raised in the attendee list, but we're not positive which ones are the applicant.
Hi, can you hear me now? This is Dave Eady with Kennedy Wilson.
Hi, Dave. Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. I must have had a button pushed. That was wrong. I'm with Kennedy Wilson, Dave Eady, and I'm representing our project entity, KW Petaluma Hill Road, LLC. I wanted to just mention to begin with that our team, including Keith Herron and Sean O'Brien of Kennedy Wilson, our project engineer, Chris Schulze of TSD Engineering, Keith McCloskey of KTGY Architects, and Keith Wilson of Wilson Design Landscape Architects are all present today and standing ready to assist in answering questions. So after my brief remarks, I'm going to ask Keith Herron to present our refined site plan and architectural concepts, which will also address comments received from your board at the earlier concept design review meeting for the project. As we know, approximately 5% of the city's entire housing stock within the city was destroyed in the 2017 fires, including tragically 24 lives. I would just say that we feel pretty privileged at this stage to have the opportunity to replenish the city's housing stock with these 172 proposed dwelling units before you today, which added to our existing development of 120 units immediately north of the site, gets us to nearly 300 units, which is a substantial contribution to sorely needed housing in the city of Santa Rosa. As your staff notes, the project's consistent with the general plan, complies with the applicable zoning code regulations, promotes superior design, and is consistent with applicable design guidelines. I would also add that the project comports with the city's aspiration statement regarding meeting housing needs. On the subject of the 2.5 acres that came up, over 20% of the subject property that includes seasonal wetlands and an ephemeral creek will be preserved as deed restricted open space. And that's the 2.54 acres of dedicated open space that was asked about earlier. The city's draft environmental document, in this case, a mitigated negative declaration, revealed that with proper mitigation, the project will result in less than significant effects upon the environment. And in that vein, substantial sustainability measures will be integrated within the project to help ensure that the goal of reducing consumption of resources will be accomplished. So for these reasons, we believe the project merits your favorable consideration. And respectfully, we ask for your approval of 38 Degrees North Phase 2. On behalf of Kennedy Wilson, by the way, our entire project team, we'd like to acknowledge and compliment your staff for the extent to which they reviewed each issue and examined the depth of it. And also to appreciate our appreciation to your board for the time you've invested to consider the proposal. I would just add that after Keith's discussion, you might want to direct questions to me, whereupon I can pass them along to the appropriate team member. That way we won't be stepping over each other and answering questions from multiple people. So Keith will now review the project features with you, and then we'll stand ready to address any questions or rebut public testimony. So Keith, do you want to go ahead?
okay, I've unmuted you. You can go ahead and speak.
Okay. This is Keith Herron. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Keith, welcome.
Great. Thank you, guys. Hey, good afternoon, Design Review Board members, Chair Kincaid. Thank you for your time today. We appreciate it. We're happy to be in front of you today. It's been almost a year since we were last in front. And we walked away from that meeting with a lot of favorable comments from your group, which we were very appreciative. But we also had a few items that you asked us to look into in a little more detail. And there was a handful of issues that we're going to address tonight. I think as far as my presentation, because Kristen and I did a great job of kind of giving you a good overview, I'd like to take you to the site plan and walk you through the site plan a little bit. And then I would like to show you a few renderings that we've done quickly that gives you a good kind of feel for the project in general. And then I want to spend the majority of the time addressing the issues that the Design Review Board brought to our attention at the, roughly a year ago at the last presentation. Kristen, how do I move the slides forward? Oh, there we go.
You'll have to verbally tell me when to advance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, could you advance to the site plan? Very good, that's perfect, thank you. So what's colored there is obviously the project in front of you tonight, which is phase 2, which is the 172 units on the almost 11-acre site. And I do want to mention that 38 Degrees North phase 1, the 120 units that Dave was talking about, that project, as you probably all know, is well underway in construction. We have 2 buildings that have received TCO. Our clubhouse just received our completion occupancy, certificate of occupancy earlier today, or actually yesterday, and we will finish that project up in 2 days. So what's important to note about phase 1 and phase 2 is that these projects are linked and connected vehicularly as well as pedestrian wise. So this project or this community will be managed as one community. So that phase 1 and phase 2 will share amenities. For instance, in phase 1, we have a clubhouse and leasing office. The leasing office will be the only leasing office for the entire community.
Keith,
but we have a clubhouse.
Can I stop you real quick? Sorry, Keith.
Yes.
This is Chair Kincaid. We are experiencing some technical difficulties letting members of the public into the Zoom meeting, as well as certain members of staff as well. And so I've been asked to take a break for a moment while we resolve this.
Okay.
And I apologize for cutting you middle of the presentation, but it's important that we get these folks in who are wishing to attend. So if we can pause for 5 minutes, and we'll go ahead and reconvene when staff lets us know.
You bet.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Chair. If all the members can please turn off their cameras while we work this out. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. This is Bill Rose, Supervising Planner. We are continuing to experience some difficulties with the Zoom webinar. So we're going to take about 15 to 20 more minutes to see if we can resolve that. At that time, if we're still unable to, we will announce that this meeting will have to be rescheduled. We will also work during the next 15 minutes to determine what that looks like and potential dates. So deepest apologies for this inconvenience, and we're working as quickly as we can to resolve this, and we will notify you if there are any changes. But at this time, we will go forward with a 15-minute recess. Thank you.
Chair Kincaid, we got some help from IT, and I think they got us back in to Zoom.
I think you might be correct because I was just on it as a member of the public and I heard you echo on my phone.
That's correct. To reiterate, we are fully operational. So any members who were not able to get on earlier should be able to get on now. The previous link is functional. So whenever Bill Rose, the liaison, and you are comfortable, we're willing to restart.
This is Chair Kincaid. Since we made a formal announcement to recess for 20 minutes or so, we're going to restart the meeting at 6:15.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right, board members, if you can please turn on your video cameras so we can get those tested before we start.
This is an announcement for the public. We had some technical issues. If you've been trying, if you're watching on YouTube and trying to get into the meeting, those issues have been remedied and you should be able to get in on the Zoom.
Okay, well, welcome back from our brief recess. It appears we lost the public contact at about 5:41 or so. That transpired to the beginning of Steve Herron's presentation for the applicant team. So if we could invite Steve Herron back, and if Steve, if you can take it from the top of your presentation, that will get us back squared up with the public, and it won't be too much of a repeat for the rest of us. So welcome back, and Steve, when you're ready.
And just to clarify, I believe that's Keith Herron from the applicants team.
You are correct, sir. Keith Herron.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right, Chair Kincaid and DRB members, I'll start at the top. And I can't believe there's 3 Keiths in my team as part of our team. I can't believe you would not remember Keith.
I know a Steve Herron. That's why.
That makes sense. All right. Okay, well, I'll start at the top. Again, Keith Herron with Kennedy Wilson. Actually, it's evening now. Good evening to all the DRB members and Chair Kincaid. And again, thank you so much for your time. I just want to reiterate that we presented this project to you roughly a year ago and received a lot of positive feedback. And so we are back here roughly a year later to present the project again, although very little changes, almost none to the site plan and to the architecture, very minor changes to the architecture, and mostly address the comments that the design review board asked us to review and consider. So as far as my presentation, again, Kristine's covered a lot of the project for us, but what I'd like to do is kind of walk you through the site plan a little bit, talk about the relationship of phase 1 and phase 2, because they're very important as they work together. I would like to show you a few renderings and of our architecture, and so you get a sense and flavor of the project. And then we would like to focus on those issues that were brought up roughly a year ago and talk to you about how we address those issues. And then I'll close with a few building elevations, and that'll be the end of my application or my presentation. So with regards to the site plan, I want to address phase 1 a little bit, because that project is under construction. As I mentioned, a couple buildings we have TCO, including the clubhouse we just received the certificate of occupancy on yesterday. So we have moved people into some of these buildings, so it is an active project as far as current tenants living there, and it's an active construction project as we phase the project. It will be done in a couple of months, and I would tell you that the leasing activity has been very strong. We have 48 units leased, and we have been doing that out of a model unit. We haven't even had our clubhouse available to us. So that just reiterates Dave's comments that we're trying to fill a big void in demand for housing in your market there. So in phase 1, we have quite a few amenities. First off is a clubhouse and leasing facility. The leasing facility will be the leasing facility for phase 1 and phase 2. We have a clubhouse and fitness facility in phase 1, and we also have a swimming pool, outdoor swimming pool, as well as a children's tot lot. We have a dog park, and we also have a community gardens. And again, those amenities will be shared all with phase 1 and with phase 2. Now, if I could just address the open space dedication that we're making in phase 2, because that really became a driving factor in the development of this site plan. Before we even started the design of this project, we identified the stream, the ephemeral stream that runs through the middle of the site there, as well as a few wetlands. And so our first stop was the Regional Water Quality Board, and we worked with the Regional Water Quality Board in identifying an appropriate acreage and an appropriate setback for these assets. And the culmination of that that interaction with Regional Water Quality Board created this open space preserve. And really what's happened is it has become kind of the guiding force to the site plan, because clearly it is an asset for this community. And it's something that we wanted to make a kind of a core part of the community. So we have tried to locate the buildings close to this asset and make use of this asset. And now you should know that this will be a deed restricted open space preserve, and there is nobody can get inside this preserve other than for maintenance purposes. So this isn't a grassy area for play. This is a dedicated open space with no human activity within that area. Now let's move to the renderings. Christine, if you wouldn't mind going to the first rendering. Perfect. So this is, I'll tick through these pretty quickly, but I want to give you a sense of the architecture. I think ATGY has done a beautiful job. This is the back of Building 7. This is looking northerly across the pedestrian bridge and the open space. To the right there is our clubhouse, and to the left is Building 7. Next rendering, please. This is, again, this is also Building 7, and it's just kind of a closer up view. Next rendering, please. Again, Building 7, but just to give you a flavor of the architecture. These buildings, we have two buildings. We have a 20-unit plex and we have a 24-unit plex. And we'll show you both of those in just a moment. Next one, please. This is the south elevation of the clubhouse / facility, fitness facility. This will be mostly a fitness facility on the ground floor, as well as yoga studio and other studio space for stretching, etc. As well as, of course, we have a pool, spa, and other outdoor amenities at this location. Next rendering, please. This would be the east elevation of the clubhouse fitness facility, showing the pool, obviously, and the pool deck area. Next rendering. And this is the backside of Building 8, because it's a 20-unit building, and these are unique in that they have garage doors, direct access garage doors. But the architecture is very similar. So this is the backside of Building 8. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to go to kind of the meat of the discussion, and that is addressing some of the issues that were brought up in our last presentation by the Design Review Board. The first comment was, will we be providing air conditioning, and will we filter the air, as there is a cattle feedlot, actually a dairy feedlot to the south. We do have air conditioning. We have ductless mini split systems, just like we have in phase 1. One thing that we noticed as we really dug into this a little bit is that the prevailing winds are almost always from the east or from the west, and that roughly 5 to 10% of the prevailing winds come from the south or from the north. So we don't think that's going to be an issue. And also because our system is internalized, or it's a ductless air conditioning system, I think we'll be fine with that issue. Issue number 2, details on access to Petaluma Hill Road. One of the main access points into our community off Petaluma Hill Road is a complete full access. It's a right in as well as a left access. So if you're heading eastbound on Petaluma Hill Road, you can enter the center median and access our property. There are multiple access points into our community. We have access off of Kiwanis Springs Meadow. We have 2 access points off Franz Kafka, and we also have access off Farmers Lane. So we have an access point off of each road that it runs the perimeter of our site. The third issue is one of the design review board members asked us to replace the porcelain tile with another material, preferably just cementitious siding. And so we have done that. It'll still be the wood stained look, but it will no longer be porcelain tile. Issue number 4, this came from the public input, and the design review board asked us to address this, and that is the issue of the view shed along Petaluma Hill Road, as well as a shade shadow study. And Krishna, if you could advance maybe 3 or 4 slides to the shade shadow. There we go. So this is a shade shadow study. It's taken, of course, on the shortest day of the year at sunrise. So when the shade is, the longest shade shadows you can obtain, and you can see that the shadow from our buildings don't even go across Petaluma Hill Road. So I don't think that that is an issue. Now, if you go forward one more, this next slide is the view shed study. And so this is taken from the west side of Petaluma Hill Road, looking back towards our property and across towards Taylor Mountain. And a couple things about the view shed study. The zoning code allows for 55-foot high buildings in this zoning code. Our max building height is 39 feet. Also, the design guidelines suggest and recommend that buildings face the street and address the street, and that you internalize parking. And so I think that's what we have done. We have located the buildings on the fringe of the property and internalized parking to keep it hidden from the public. And with regards to protection of views, I don't believe, unless I could stand to be corrected, but I don't believe there's any kind of view protection ordinance protecting views in the city of Santa Rosa. Krishna, if you could go back to the comments page, the first one. Thank you. The last issue on this page, recommendation to add more natural light to the living rooms. This was a great recommendation. So we did actually increase it by roughly 20%. We went from what was kind of just a dual, I think it was a sliding glass window, to having a single kind of French door with a single light, and then we added a picture window. So we actually increased the glazing. And we're also going to make sure that the colors within those deck areas are light so that it helps reflect more light. Because as the design review board member pointed out, you can't have too much light within a unit. Next page, please. The next issue is there was a request to add walkways as much as possible along the open space preserve. So we have walkways along the entire open space preserve in front of the buildings, except building 7, where we just could not fit it in. But we do have several areas where you can walk all along the open space preserve. Of course, you can along Franz Kafka and along Petaluma Hill Road. You can along on the south side, and on the north side, every building you can, including the clubhouse, except for building 7. So I think we've done a pretty good job of getting people up to the edge of the open space preserve and providing seating areas where walkways approach the open space. The next issue was, could the clubhouse incorporate more outdoor spaces? We have, within the clubhouse, we have a fitness space on the ground floor, and it opens up into a deck out to the open space preserve. And we also have a yoga studio on the second floor with a deck, an outdoor deck so it flows out into that open space as well. So I think we've incorporated quite a bit of outdoor space within the clubhouse area, and of course the pool itself. That entire outdoor space is a pretty nice asset to have right up at the open space preserve. So I hope that addresses that issue. Next issue was consider relocating the tot lot to a more central location. I think it was actually a mistake on my part. I didn't mention in the last presentation that we do have a tot lot, a children's tot lot in phase 1. It's right next to the pool, kind of centrally located. So we felt like the original location of phase 2 tot lot where we had it was still a good location. Now we have one on the north side of this community, and now we have this one would be on the south end of the community. So we did not move the location. We kept it where it was. The next request was to consider relocating access to Franz Kafka next to Building 3. We would actually like to do that, but in discussions with the city, Public Works, because we could not align it, that access point with the street heading on the other side of Franz Kafka, because we could not align it, the city did not want us to locate it within close proximity to that intersection. So they wanted us to push that access point further down. So that's why we located it just to the north side of Building 3. The next suggestion was to add windows in the garage doors, and we did that. And we'll show you that in the elevations here shortly. And the last comment, although it's not showing up on your screen, the last comment was, could we consider adding more trees in the open space preserve? Because our last landscape plan did not show any trees. And we have now, and we can show you the landscape plan in a minute, but we have added quite a few trees within the open space preserve. And we've also incorporated kind of a large specimen tree over near the top lot as well, right off the open space preserve. Next slide, please. Actually, Christian, if you would go to the elevations. So I'll go through these pretty quickly because you've seen them. The only thing that's changed since the last meeting was additional glazing up under the decks. We also incorporated the windows in the garage doors as requested. And we replaced the porcelain tile with just cementitious horizontal siding. Next slide, please. So the last slide you saw was the typical elevations for our 20-plex. This is the 24-plex, which does not have the garages under the building. But you can see the architectural style is the same between both buildings. Next slide, please. And lastly, this is our the architecture for the clubhouse and fitness facility that we were just discussing. Next slide. And lastly, I just wanted to show the architecture real quickly. This is phase 1 architecture. The goal here is to have phase 1 and phase 2 look very similar. We will use the same colors. It's obviously contemporary architecture, but we did want to make improvements where we saw it was possible. And so I think that we did make some improvements. And while phase 1 looks great, I think phase 2 is going to look even better. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick floor plan showing the layout of the clubhouse and fitness facility. And it kind of identifies those outdoor spaces that I was talking about. There's outdoor spaces on the ground floor as well as up on that second story off the yoga studio as well. Next slide, please. And in closing, this is the landscape plan. I just wanted to show the number of trees that we have now added within the open space preserve, and to address one of the comments from one of the design review board members. In closing, that's the applicant's presentation, but we're certainly available to answer any questions. We have our architect, our civil engineer, and our landscape architect all available for questions. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herron. Much appreciated. Great presentation. Before we take questions for the applicant, I'm going to go ahead and open up item 6.1 for public comment. So if there are members of the public who wish to speak on item 6.1, you will have 3 minutes to do so. We will take verbal comments first, then staff will let us know if there are any further email comments that we need to put into the record, and or voicemail comments. So staff, if you can let us know if anybody is calling in for verbal comment on item 6.1, that would be great.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. We're looking for raised hands and don't see any. So any attendees, if you would like to speak, if you could raise your hand on the Zoom program, then we can unmute you. Like we're not seeing any raised hands, and we don't have anybody calling from a phone number either.
Okay, great. Do we have any further email correspondence that needs to be taken into the record?
I have not received anything recent that needs to be read. Everything has been added to the agenda packet and emailed forward.
And any voicemails to consider?
I have not received any voicemails.
Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll go ahead and close public comment for item 6.1 and bring it back to the board for questions for the applicant. We're going to go ahead and direct all our questions to applicant team member Dave Eady, who will then either answer the question directly or turn it over to the appropriate member of his team to answer any questions. We will start with board member Kortenbrock. Questions for the applicant.
Yes, thanks. Can you go over a little bit? I was trying to find kind of where the project landed, I guess over a year ago or so when we last saw it, but the kind of the general changes from the parking reduction and plans that we saw before, obviously some were architectural as you'd mentioned, but yeah, I just wondered if you could kind of do a quick overview of where we lost spaces and kind of where we picked things up, and if there are any concerns, I guess, over the the parking reduction request. Obviously, the market kind of dictates, but yeah, if you could address that, that'd be great.
Keith, why don't you address this question, please? Keith Herron.
Can you hear me? This is Keith Herron.
Yes, you can.
There was really no changes in the parking counts from the presentation a year ago to today. The justification for the reduction in parking is we've seen this kind of throughout many communities that we manage, and we like to be somewhere around about 1.4 to 1.5 spaces per bedroom. And we're there with this reduction. So we feel like because we certainly would not dare underpark a community. I mean, that would just be like the worst thing you could do. So we have, we've taken care to make sure we have adequate parking. And we also have some off-site parking that we could also make utilization of as well. So we feel very comfortable that we have adequate parking and feel good that it's adequate from a management standpoint.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just trying to see kind of with the reduction, because that wasn't last time we saw it. I know it was a concept, but there wasn't necessarily, I don't recall at least discussion around the parking reduction.
Right.
So thank you. And then I was curious, there's quite a bit of, public improvement as part of this project, basically on three sides of it. Is there a sense of, and maybe this was more of a question for staff, and so I apologize, but the timing of those improvements for the Yolanda intersection, the, improvements along Franz Kafka as well?
Yeah, Board Member Cordenbrock, this is Bill Rose. I believe we have a member from our Engineering Development Services team here, Jesus McKay, and I defer to Jesus on that question. Jesus, if you're available, if you could unmute your microphone.
Apologies, I didn't have a screen to unmute it just until right this moment. Hello, this is Jesus McKay in engineering, and I would be very happy to address the board and answer those questions. The three frontage streets that are along the frontage of this project, two of which are actually shared with another project. Essentially, this project has to do all of their frontage streets, and in addition to at least one lane on the other side of the center line in order to do this project. And that essentially, if that the other project, which is Quanah Meadows Phase 1, does not complete their side of the street, then this project will have to do one lane of which. And that includes intersection improvements at Yolanda and Farmers Lane.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was just curious with adding the units and the current Phase 1 and kind of impacts to those entire intersections and such. So thank you.
Absolutely.
I think those are most of my questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Board Member Cordenbrock. Board Member Weigel, why don't you take the next shot at questions?
Sure. I was wondering if there's, I saw two fence types in the landscape plans. It looked like there was a fence around the pool and a fence around the open space. Is there any other fencing required on this project or part of the plan for the project? I didn't see it. I just want to make sure I didn't miss that.
Keith, I think that's Keith Heron. This question to you or Keith Wilson.
Yes, I can address that. This is Keith Heron. That's correct. Board Member Weigel, we have, of course, required fencing around the pool areas, of course. We do have a separate fence. It's really a cable fence working with Regional Water Quality Board that runs around the perimeter of the open space. But there is no perimeter fence. In fact, in Phase 1, we do not have a security perimeter fence, and we will not be doing it in Phase 2.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something there. We see a lot of multifamily development that has fencing of some type, so I just want to make sure I didn't miss it on the documents. Okay. So I didn't see any information on the design of the trash enclosures. I know it sounds silly, but we often look at all the parts and pieces of the puzzle, right? And so other than perhaps a 3D view, there's no information about those trash enclosures in the documentation. Is that correct?
Yeah, Keith, Aaron, keep going, please.
You bet. The trash enclosures will look just like in phase one, which they are completed. They're basically a masonry structure with stucco with a metal roof and metal doors. So there's no wood on them. They're very, very durable. And they look contemporary with a kind of a simple hip roof. Shed roof, excuse me, not a head.
Yeah, if that's your plan, then I think we can condition that appropriately for you. And that's kind of where I was going with that. So thank you.
Got it.
And then my last question, this was in public comment. That was it was late correspondence that was mailed to us, and I'd like the applicant to address it. But there was some considerable concern from a member of the public about the construction debris, dust, noise, et cetera, that was caused during phase one. So I just would like for you guys to address how you're planning on mitigating that in a more efficient manner for phase two.
Okay, this is Dave again. The mitigated negative declaration contains a number of features in it that require control of fugitive dust, as well as many other construction-related short-term impacts. Those are usually translated into either the mitigation monitoring plan or the conditions of approval, which I believe they are in this case. If there were transgressions in phase one, that's a good heads up, and we'll be on the lookout to make sure under construction with phase two that we do a better job.
Okay, perfect. And then this is a question for staff. I apologize. I realized it as I was looking through some documentation. The parking reduction isn't currently in the draft resolution. We would need to add it to the resolution to approve it. Is that correct, staff?
I think that recital is very important, Board Member Weigel.
Yeah, Ms. Tumians, are you able to respond to that?
Yeah, the only reference to parking I could find was to lighting in section 12 there of the draft resolution. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, Board Member Weigel, perhaps if we could just continue with the questions, we'll research that and get back to you.
Yeah, totally cool. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Board Member Hedgepeth, questions for the applicant team.
Thank you. Yeah, I was remarking on the speed with which you've worked to get closure completion on phase one. And one of the interesting things about the elevations you showed in phase one, I've been out to the site, and I think you can all see this on my iPhone. This is, if everyone can see that, this is, there's some happy brickwork and a lot of things going on. Splendid work on the community building. It's a forte. My curiosity is, if you notice the gray building there, the in between the windows, there was a whole effort in the original approved submittal that the unification, there's a collective white wraparound trim around all the windows, and then the call them spandrels or whatever you want in between. What's happened in the job throughout is there are numbers, fire ready, large numbers for the buildings, addresses, but the question again comes down to whether or not the, sorry, I had to refresh, whether the procedure is going to be to continue to look at the paint there so that the consistency of trim and paint be what the board saw last time.
Keith Aaron?
This is Keith. I want to make sure I understand your comment or question. The casement around the windows.
Yes, there's a casement. If you look at the casement around the windows, so you have a shear wall plywood. In many ways you have transom glass. Some of it varies in height for some reason, but you have a transom. You have the main third floor window. Then you have your floor area, and then the header for the next window down. This doesn't show the bottom because of the actual trellis work in your play area there. But if you look at your submittal plans we approved, that whole assembly, that montage of windows was given a unified level so that it was all white. You can go back to your own elevations if you want, but it wasn't broken up like this with individual windows. It was a collective wraparound, a corralling of all the windows with vertical and horizontal trim. And in that corralling wraparound, the color white was used in between the windows, which I thought was handsome in the application.
Which is really consistent with the phase 2 elevations we're showing you, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, that's exactly, I see. And I'm looking at that elevation. I think one of the, I'm looking at the elevation for the phase 1.
Yes.
And it looks like what we did was we eliminated the trim color. There's a trim there, but we didn't eliminate, we changed the color so that we didn't actually have a white trim board around the windows. And that's what you're talking about.
Well, I thought it was lovely. What you had before was attractive. It just created just a more serene project. It wasn't as cut up. And I was thinking, since it's a paint issue, maybe a hardy plank or hardy panel, is the possibility to refresh, redeem, and do that.
Yeah, I think there is. Well, because again, the frame is there. I know I shouldn't say it, but I'm pretty darn sure the frame is there. So we could look at painting that trim and capturing those windows in that, in that frame, if you will.
Yes.
So we could absolutely look at that.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And I was again just going back to a quick thought. This was the original phase 1, and that's the living room space. So cheers again for expanding the horizon of light.
Yes.
In the new units. Okay, that's all for me.
That was a good comment. That was a good comment from the board. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. We'll be pleased to see that.
Great, thank you very much. Board Member Wicks, questions for the applicant team?
Was there a reduction in parking requested in phase 1?
Keith Aaron?
There was not a reduction requested in phase 1. I'm trying to recall, we received a density bonus, and I'm gonna ask Sean O'Brien, who's is also one of our team members on the line, for clarification. Sean, can you tell me whether or not we received any kind of a parking reduction along with that density bonus? Or Chris Schulze, you're on the line. So we did receive a parking reduction in phase 1 as part of phase 1.
Okay, and the parking,
That was,
the parking is shared. You've already stated there's limited fencing around the preserve, so the complex will function as one. Overflow parking from one phase to another will occur. Is that fair?
yeah. Yes, within the visitor parking for sure. Outside of, dedicated parking spaces, yes.
Okay, great, that's it.
Okay, before we leave questions for the applicant team and questions in general, does anybody have any follow-ups with either the applicant team or staff that they'd like to have addressed?
Chair Kincaid, this is Chris Natumian, Senior Planner. I'd just like to address Board Member Weigel's question regarding the parking reduction. It is not addressed in the resolution, but we could add a condition of approval to the project that would allow for a total of 270 parking spaces parked at 1.57 spaces per unit. If that pleases the board, we can add that condition to the project so it's clear how far of a parking reduction the applicant is receiving for this project.
I think we can certainly condition that as a friendly amendment to a motion. So thank you very much for that recap. So as we know, how our board here works is we start off with a motion, hopefully get a second on that motion, and then open up for discussion and friendly amendments. So at this time, I would entertain a motion from my fellow board members.
We can't hear you, Warren.
Okay, thank you. All right. Chairman Kincaid, I'd like to forward a motion approving preliminary design review. Also, the consideration of approving final design review and waive the reading of the text.
Great. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. So let's go ahead and go through board comments, and along the way through your comments, if you can summarize any friendly amendments you'd like the motioner and the second and board to consider, that would be fantastic. Since we had a motion and a second, we'll go ahead and start with board member Weigel.
Chair Kincaid, could I ask one question for you?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe it's just nomenclature, but the requested approval is for a major design review approval today. And board member Hedgepeth spoke of a preliminary and a final. I'm just trying to get the nomenclature down right. Sorry to interrupt.
Understood. Yeah, so two steps in the design review process. The preliminary design review grants the entitlement for the project. Final design review would be reserved for any minor changes that need to be made that the board either thought should be brought back to the board for consideration, or if they were minor enough, could certainly be delegated to staff, or we can change our current motion, which is what board member Hedgepeth is suggesting. What we have in front of us is a preliminary design review for approval, but we can certainly grant both preliminary and final at this hearing.
Okay. I see it's preliminary on the agenda, but the staff report references major design review. That was my only confusion.
I think that Chair Kincaid, if I may, I think what the applicant's asking is we have major design review and we have minor design review. This is still major design review, which does require the concept design review you did, and then the entitlement action, which is preliminary design review, and then final design review.
Sorry for the confusion.
So you're still a major design review.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. Interrupt as anytime you need to ask clarifications.
Chair Kincaid, this is Bill Rose, and
Sure.
If I may interrupt just very briefly, one quick clarification. The motion, the second, did not include the condition for the parking reduction. So if the board chooses to go that route, then that will need to be added as a friendly amendment.
Thank you for that clarification. I've got it written down as friendly amendment number 1.
And just to note, that was intentional because I wanted to note, I knew it was coming up as an amendment. I thought I heard staff say that it would be an amendment. So as the motioner, I didn't want to amend my own emotions and motions.
All right, so Board Member Wagle, go ahead and take your comments and any friendly amendments first.
So first I'd like to thank the applicant for a really mostly complete package is what I would say. Obviously, I am in favor of including the friendly amendment on that parking reduction. I'm okay with it. I think it makes sense. So I would be okay with that. My only other friendly amendment here would be to require or state that the trash enclosures to be CMU construction with stucco finish and metal roof to match those in phase 1 as a shall condition of the project, just based on what you said. And then in addition, I noticed that a light study was missing, it looked like, so I would require that for final design review as well. And then finally, my last thing is, so I don't think we should grant final review today, just because there are a couple of tiny missing things, and I would like to defer that to staff as the last friendly amendment I would do, were I to do a friendly amendment. But thanks for a great package, great project, really looking forward to this getting built. And I appreciate the changes the design team, the applicant team did. I think you've got a good looking project, and it'll be a great asset to Santa Rosa. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Weigel. Board Member Wicks, comments and friendly amendments.
I think the friendly amendments are clearly stated and would support them. And I too, I like the project. I think it's quite handsome, very well done, and while a slight improvement over phase 1, I think both phases are going to be an attractive add to this area of Santa Rosa. Thank you for listening to all of our comments at concept review level and implementing them for the most part into this revised plan. It's much appreciated when our comments are taken to heart and developed in the designs. I'll be speaking if I'm in favor of the project, and we'll be voting. So
thanks for your comments, Board Member Wicks. Board Member Cordenbrock, comments and friendly amendments.
My only comment, I agree with all the friendly amendments, but just to clarify Drew's I guess amendment, were you suggesting that this come back for final, or that
no, defer it to staff?
Okay, gotcha.
Actually, Chair Kincaid, members of the board, if I can just clarify, a final design review actually, as part of the resilient city development measures, is deferred to staff. So I just wanted to clarify that. It doesn't mean that you can't provide your direction, and we will include those as conditions of approval, but the final check actually goes to staff.
Okay, so that's on all, is that on all housing projects?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
I've got the code here right now, and it is for residential developments. That is correct. Childcare, lodging, and residential developments. And then I'll just quickly read it into the record. I'm getting a lot of pop-ups on my screen here. Final design review for all projects required review by the design review board is hereby delegated to the Director of Planning and Economic Development following preliminary design review approval by the design review board. In this case, the director delegates it to staff. So still doesn't change anything in terms of the board's purview. You can add conditions of approval. It's just we will do the double check at final design review.
Gotcha. And that's even if it's outside of the priority development areas? Is that right?
That's correct. I am gonna double check that, but that's my initial read here. So I will confirm that.
That's fine. It's just, it's just kind of a new, just learning a bit. So that's kind of some new information. So, I think, I guess one of my, comments, and it's related to, I think I was the board member that commented about the, planting and trees within the open space. And given that the views and such are so important to Taylor Mountain, granted they're kind of in some ways restricted a bit more with the development. It'd be, I guess the comment would be to maybe a few, and I know this is maybe nitpicky, but a few less trees, but like really the idea of the specimen clumpings of trees and oaks that are within that kind of ecosystem and such. So just something to consider as you move forward, instead of kind of the dotting or something like that. Thinking about the clumpings, or just the kind of toning it, maybe bringing it down just a little bit instead of kind of lining everything with it. But really cool experience through that, and through that feature amenity, as you kind of put it, or asset. I appreciate you all responding to that. So let's see. I think that was it for me. Really like it. I think it is an improvement over phase one. A very nice looking project. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and take the floor before we pass it back to the motioner. My comments are that it's a very handsome project. I do agree that it is a bit of an enhancement over the phase one of the project, and that's much appreciated. Things should evolve, and as you build them out and see them front and center and make those adjustments, that's very much appreciated. I think that bodes well to our superior design standards. So again, thanks to the applicant for a sound presentation. Thanks for getting things out of the ground quickly and adding to our housing stock. And so I'll go ahead and recap that we've talked about 4 friendly amendments. First one is that the board shall grant the parking reduction at a minimum of 270 parking spaces, which equates to 1.57 parking spaces per unit. That the applicant shall provide the final design review of the trash enclosure, which should be CMU with stucco finish and a metal roof to match phase one trash enclosures. The applicant shall provide a lighting study to be included in the final review. And the applicant consider tree clusters in lieu of lining the trees as currently depicted in the open space area. Did I miss anything from any of the board members? All right, then I'll turn it back over to board member Hedgepeth. So feel free to make any final comments, and then let us know if you're accepting of the 4 friendly amendments.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Yes, just final comments. It is a lovely project, and in our guidelines, when we have over 100 units, we have multiple encouragements on outdoor play. And maybe it's provident here we had a wetlands, because that's a release where we can't jump and hop in it and ride dirt bikes through it. It's again off limits, but I think these preserves will be educational for the residents. I wanted to mention that the use of plaster in phase 2 is going to be a remedy for many things. one of the dilemmas that happens with hardy plank siting is that as hardy plank siting is put up, there's a lot of trim issues, and I won't show them in my iPhone, but in phase one, when you're doing deck wraps and you're using that material and you're trying to trim it, it's not as serene as plastic, as we would say, as the plaster. So I anticipate phase two will have a serenity to it because this constant flow of plaster works great. I've always been a fan of smooth hardy plank versus textured. I think it looks a little less of an issue, but all in all, I just wanted to thank the applicant for a very tasteful project. It's probably one of the best it's not little, but the actual health community room is a stellar building. And I love how you've integrated all these things. So kudos for creating a collective of serenity. And with that, I have no disagreement whatsoever with the 4 items exactly as identified, from parking reduction, tree consideration, trash detailing, lighting study, and considering that tree clustering be more eclectic or curious, whatever word is sought there. I'm a go. I'm green.
And does the second accept the 4 friendly amendments?
The Chair Kincaid, this is Chris Tumians again. I apologize. The first resolution that you should adopt is the adopting the MND prior to the project.
Then I move to table this resolution until we adopt the MND. And I move to adopt the MND. Make it easy.
And do I have a second in adopting the MND?
A second.
Excellent. Any discussion on the mitigated negative declaration? Okay, seeing no discussion, may I have a roll call on the approval of the mitigated negative declaration?
Okay, Board Member Wicks,
Aye.
Board Member Weigel,
Aye.
Board Member Cordenbrook, Vice Chair Hedgepeth,
Aye.
and Chair Kincaid.
Aye. Thank you, Ms. Tumians, for getting us back on track. So we've got the motioner accepted the friendly amendments. Does the second accept the 4 friendly amendments?
Yes, I do.
Actually, sorry, clarification. Are we doing final design today, or are we just doing preliminary?
So Supervising Planner Bill, no, it's fine. Supervising Planner Bill Rose did confirm, I forgot to mention that final, it goes to staff. Okay. And then before we finalize the motion with the roll call, does the applicant have any problems with the friendly amendments?
Chair Kincaid, we're fine and in concurrence with all of the amendments. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Okay, then let's go ahead and take a roll call, please.
Board Member Wicks,
Aye.
Board Member Weigel,
Aye.
Board Member Cordenbrook,
Aye.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth,
Aye.
Chair Kincaid.
Aye. Okay, the ayes have it. Preliminary has passed and final is off to staff per the Resilient City Ordinance that Mr. Rose kindly read to us. So congratulations to the applicant. Really appreciate it, and great work in getting it out of the ground. So thank you again for all your hard work in the city of Santa Rosa.
Thanks, board members. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, guys.
So for board members and staff, we'll go ahead and take a brief break, where staff can rearrange their desktops and we can get the other applicants for item 6.2 on the line and ready to fire. So 3 minutes.
3. Okay. Thanks.
Chair Kincaid, I think we're ready when you are.
If board member Gordon Brock is back with us, if you can turn your video back on, that would be great. And there we go. Okay, We're back from recess and we are on to agenda item 6.2. This is a public hearing. The Boys and Girls Club, Roseland. Preliminary design review located at 929 Sebastopol Road, file number PRJ 20-003. We have Senior Planner Tumians for a staff presentation. So I'll hand it over to Senior Planner Tumians.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid, again, and members of the Design Review Board. This is the Boys and Girls Club of Roseland, located at 929 Sebastopol Road. The applicant is proposing to construct a new two-story, 24,464 square foot Boys and Girls Club for the Roseland area. And the required entitlements for this project are a minor use permit and a major design review. The minor use permit was approved this morning at the zoning administrator meeting, and you are hearing the major design review right now. Here's where the Boys and Girls Club is being proposed, north of Sebastopol Road. As you can see, it's directly behind the Roseland Gas Mart, and it's surrounded on all sides by commercial type development. And it doesn't have direct access to Sebastopol Road, but has access via an easement along the east side of that Roseland Gas Mart. And I'll zoom in a little bit more so you can see it a little bit better. This is the project site as it sits today. And I believe it was a training track for bus driving or bus driving training. And that's how it was developed. And as you can see a little bit better, the access point that goes along between the Foster Freeze and the gas mart. This project site has a dual general plan and zoning designation. The general plan designation, the small southern portion is retail, medium residential, and the majority of the site is medium residential. And the southern portion is zoned CG, but the majority of the site is zoned R318. Here is a general site plan showing how the project fits on the site. As you can see, there's that access way off of Sebastopol Road that leads down an easement to a larger parking lot towards the rear. That the parking lot also doubles as a sports court. The majority of the participants with the Boys and Girls Club will be dropped off by custodial guardians, parents, or they'll be walking directly from a nearby elementary school. Here are the proposed elevations. I'll let the applicant describe them in more detail. But you can see the east, south, north, and west elevations of the project site of the building. Here's the proposed landscaping plan. And here are the landscaping details that include some fencing and trellises. And with that, staff is recommending approval of major design review for this project. The applicant is available to make a presentation, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
Great, thank you for that presentation. We'll go ahead and start with questions for staff. Board Member Wicks, any questions for staff? None from Board Member Wicks. Board Member Cordenbrock, questions for staff?
None for staff.
Great. Board Member Weigel, questions for staff?
No questions for staff.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Hedgepeth, questions for staff?
No questions.
And I have no questions for staff. So at this time, I'd like to welcome the applicant team to make a presentation. And if you can While speaking, state your name and your relationship to the project. That would be very helpful. So welcome to the applicant team.
Yeah, this is Steve McCullough. Can you hear me?
Yes, Steve, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And good evening. Again, my name is Steve McCullough. I'm with represent Gallagher Companies. And I'd like to take a moment just to list and kind of introduce our team for this, what I feel is a very unique and exciting project. Jennifer Weiss, the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Sonoma Marin. Bill and Cindy Gallagher of the Gallagher Companies. Rich Coombs and Natalie Balfour of the Airport Business Center. Will Gallagher of the Gallagher Companies. Pete Wirtz of Land Design, and Mark Crane of the Crane Transportation Group. And in addition to Jennifer, who is available to answer any questions for you, Jennifer Weiss of the Boys and Girls Club, Greg Wonke and Nate Murin, architectural designers for Gallagher Companies, Paul Bartholow of Borelgi and Race Engineers, and Jennifer Lamoli, landscape architect for the Gallagher Companies, are also available to answer any questions. Actually, all of our team have assisted in the site planning and building design to ensure conformance to the design review standards, and also responding to the conceptual design review comments of January 2nd. Planner Christine Tumian's staff report is thorough and very well written. She's done a fine presentation of our project, so I won't take up more of your time showing you basically the same exhibits. We concur with Christine's recommendations of approval and recommended conditions. Material and color boards have been provided and I understand are available to you. The plans were revised based on recommendations and concerns expressed by you at the Conceptual Design Review Board meeting on January 2nd. And we have provided a list of those comments and concerns and the changes that we made. We can either go over them one by one, or we can respond to your specific questions regarding them, however you wish. But we respectfully ask for your preliminary and final design review approval of our project as submitted. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Do board members have one flavor or another? You want to see a walkthrough from the applicant of the responses, or do we want to just jump into questions of the applicant?
I thought when I read the document, I thought it was perfect in terms of addressing our comments from before. And I'd like to move into questions of the applicant and then public comment if we could.
Great. Why don't we, and does everybody else kind of concur? If you give me a little nod on the screen, that'd be great. Nod, okay. So let's go ahead and take a moment to take public comment before we get into questions of the applicant. So at this time, I'd like to open up the meeting to public comment on item 6.2. Staff, if you can let us know if any members of the public are wishing to speak either by telephone or Zoom, that would be great.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. We don't have anybody calling in at this moment, and we don't see any hands raised. So if any attendees would like to speak, if you raise your hand, we can unmute you. We're not seeing any raised hands. We can give it another few minutes or another minute or so, and then.
Yep, while we're waiting for any raised hands, why don't we get a couple of the other items out of the way? Are there any emails that were not in our packet that we need to read into the record?
Chair Kincaid, there's been no correspondence from the public regarding this project.
Okay. And I'll take it that there are no voicemails that need to be played.
That's correct.
Great, thank you for that. And one final call, are we seeing any raised hands from the public wishing to comment on item 6.2?
I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and close the public comment period, bring it back to the board, and let's go with questions for the applicant team. We'll start out with Board Member Wicks again.
I looked through the package and I'm not seeing the color board. Can somebody, maybe another board member, help me locate that? Or
yeah, Henry, I had the same issue, and it's done in a way that's a little confusing. So on sheet A1.1, it's indicating the general colors, but on sheet A1.2, it actually has the description of all the colors selected, and they're keynoted on the elevations. So it's a little hodgepodge of things. I was scratching my head too until I figured that out.
Okay, so the orange color is it
looks like it's a custom color.
Ties to the sponsor, the prime sponsor, Poppy Pavilion. Is that the intended color?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I will say that we did actually provide physical boards that were supposed to have been provided to the design review board.
I'm okay reviewing it with this format. The sidewalk that's shown on the site plan, accessing Sebastopol Road, that is part of the development plan as well. I apologize for not looking at the civil drawing in greater detail, but that would be part of this phase. Is that correct?
Yes, the walkway that goes out to Sebastopol Road, which is just immediately adjacent the Foster Freeze, the west side of the Foster Freeze, that is the walkway that goes out to Sebastopol Road. And then you can also see on the site plan that when the future Roseland Village is developed, there will be additional walkways available. But right now it's specifically just the walkway out to Sebastopol Road.
Okay, and then the last question I have, the artwork at the end of the pavilion, is that a separate review by I'm drawing a blank on the actual review agency?
Well, the mural, if you're speaking to the mural on the end of the building, yes. And as what we are doing, and we're going to be working with the Boys and Girls Club, Jennifer Weiss, and I think, as I recall, this is just an example. It's not the one that we're doing. They're going to go out to the local community and probably try to do some sort of a contest and everything to come up with ideas and actually come up with a local artist that will do the actual mural. So we don't have anything to show you right now, obviously, but we just wanted to put it up there just to show you that's where the mural would be.
Awesome, good. That's all my questions, and I'll have comments later.
And just to clarify, Chair Kincaid, the applicant did submit a color board, but that was pre-COVID, and it's sitting under my office desk at the moment. And it would be very difficult to share with you, given the setting, the virtual setting.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. We appreciate the applicant following the protocol, and we have found ourselves in these unfortunate circumstances in the past, and we make our way around them. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Board Member Cordenbrock for questions.
Let's see. I don't think I have. Yeah, I was, I think I remember, some comments, or at least, and maybe this is some of the responses, I guess, to the comments that we had, in particular about kind of addressing the indoor-outdoor nature of kind of like the basketball court play inside and then the parking lot on the outside, and just the blankness of walls on that elevation, that being the north elevation. It looks like the approach on the east elevation is good. It's good to hear that you're going to go out to the public for some inspiration and artists and such. But I was wondering if you could address maybe the blankness of that north elevation again.
Well, I think we did actually address it from the previous. You don't have the previous what it looked like when we first showed it to you, so that's why we have the different call outs of the different appears to be columns and everything, and we added windows up at the top to add, and then there'll also be landscaping, I think, on the north end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would again I guess I'll leave that for comments, but and then one of the things I was kind of also curious about is some of the description about parking and everything, and the nature of the drop-off locations and such. Are there any are there any restrictions or any concerns from about basically cars staging and how they stage or line up rather? Because it looks like there's a few spots at the front, and I know a lot of based on your narrative, you're anticipating users and kids coming from from the south. But I'm just wondering if the number of spaces that you kind of looks like you provided, where it kind of also says aerial truck access. If there's any, if there's going to be signage for loading restrictions, et cetera, because that is, in terms of an easement, just not to restrict flow going north to south.
I think I'll ask Jennifer Weiss, who's obviously more familiar with the ongoing needs of the Boys and Girls Club. Maybe she can address that. So Jennifer, hopefully you're there and you can speak.
Oops.
Jennifer, are you there?
Patty or Mike, this is Bill Rose. Do we have anybody in the queue? Do you see any other?
I just unmuted her, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll start again. I didn't know you couldn't hear me. I'm sorry. So the vast majority of the kids will come and go from the club on foot. That is largely the way that our 5 clubs in the Roseland area operate. It's a very dense neighborhood, most of the families we serve they walk. So those, on an after-school basis, the kids will be basically coming from primarily Roseland Elementary School, which is directly across South School Road. And I would say, I'm making up a number. There was actually, we've studied this, but let's say 75% of the kids leave on foot. So in terms of signage, I'm not the expert in that area, but I think that the flow has been designed with the traffic discussions that we've had in mind. And I personally don't have any concerns based on the way that the Roseland Elementary location works now and kids come and go.
Okay, thank you. And then I was wondering if there was any, I think I recalled there were some pretty strong, I guess, comments or suggestions, I guess, about, kind of the architectural style. And so I was wondering if, there was any evolution and, or studies to, changing the architectural style to kind of fit more with, what you're seeing at the schools and what you're seeing with some of the area development.
I don't know if Steve's better to answer that than me, but I love it. So we really went into the design process, definitely trying to look at and respect what's in the neighborhood, and also to look at boys and girls clubs and schools and youth centers across the country, and really narrowed in on this design style to be bright and colorful and fun, as well as using natural colors on the most of the body of the building that sort of blend in with the neighborhood, but then the pops of colors just to say, come here and have fun, and this is going to be a fun, exciting center of the community. That's my personal perspective.
Okay. I think those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Board Member Wagle, questions for the applicant?
Yeah, sure. Actually, it's a good thing we're on this page. I just had a question about the clerestory windows on the gymnasium component. And you've got much larger windows on the east-west exposures, and then it's a smaller window on north-south. Is there a structural limitation with regard to the window sizing on the north and south sides? Or was this just a design decision, I guess is my question about that.
Yes, can you hear me? This is Steve McCullough.
We can hear you, Steve.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask either Greg Wonke or Nate Murin to address those, because they were involved with the placement of the windows, the adding of the windows, and I think they would be able to respond to that. So Nate or Greg.
Okay, I've unmuted Nate.
This is Nate. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Nate, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, so to answer the question, the primary reason for making the windows a little smaller on the north elevation, and then they actually are also on the south elevation there. The real reason was just to kind of hold the window below the gutter line to ensure that we get, we're just getting the light in there, maximizing the light input in there. We could raise them up, but I don't know if we're going to see any benefit because they're going to be held up underneath that gutter line. If that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, and I get that answers my question, and then I'll have a comment about it later. So perfect.
And then we're also, we're also trying to maintain some symmetry inside the gymnasium as well. And I don't know if you guys have the section sheets or not. Was that part of your package? The cut section?
It was. Yeah, it was. We have it.
So if you look at section FF, you'll have to kind of interpolate it here a little bit, but the smaller windows that sit on the, now I'm getting confused. The smaller windows that sit on the north and south side, we've kept those, the center line of those windows to match the larger windows on the east and west.
Cool. Yeah, no, that's great. That answers my question. Thank you so much.
No other questions, Board Member Weigel?
I'm looking right now. Sorry.
No, it's all right. You muted yourself like professional would, but I just didn't know if that meant you were done.
No, it meant I have children running around and making noise and trying to be polite. Oh, okay, yeah, I've got it. So if I'm reading the site plan correctly, it appears, or well, actually, I think it was on the landscape plan. It appears that there's a 6-foot-high stucco wall on the west side of the property, and I guess that's for security concerns, whatever. It really doesn't matter. But so that's 6 feet up, and it's approximately 6 feet from the building. So that would likely explain why there's not that much articulation kind of on the gym end on that elevation. Would that be a correct assumption?
I think I can answer for that. That would be a good assumption, yes.
Okay, yeah, and I think we always kind of go through this on document reading, because obviously an elevation is the elevation of the building, notwithstanding anything else that exists, and so it's hard to kind of interpolate a little bit. Oh, it actually does indicate the elevation does show the fence, sort of.
Also, I think I'm not for sure, but I think it was you that questioned the spacing around the gym floor, and we had to expand it. And the way we could do it, the easiest way would be to go toward the west. That's why we got close to the property line.
I'm fine with the dimension to the property line. I think the question kind of ties into what Board Member Cordenbrock asked about some of the articulation of the walls, and so that's kind of why I was just asking that question. Those are all my questions, Chair Kincaid.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, questions for the applicant?
Sure, I'll have one. I just wanted to disclose, I wasn't at the original proceedings, but I'm here. I appreciate the whole proceedings. There's a question, obviously, about color, which is certainly a topic in the matter. I was curious about the word playful, which is obviously an important word to children, and why the doors throughout the project seem so foreboding. It seems like, if anything, for a child, the uplifting idea of getting into the building at the entry points, they're rather hard, a deep chocolate color to see, and many of them are recessed, but there is a curiosity about any exploration of this sought after color or target being considered at the entry doors, which are vital for a second grader to see.
I was not involved in the color choices and everything, so I think I'll ask possibly either Nate or Jennifer to comment on the color choices and maybe the comment about the issue about the smaller children entering the building.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I don't know that we thought so much about the color pop at the actual door location. Certainly we can discuss that. I think our focus was more on that orange call out to call out the overall entrance or doorway, and less so the actual physical doors. So I think that's where we just kept the conversation around color sort of more at the general entrance rather than the specific doors.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant team? Okay, well, as you know, our board operates where we start out with a motion and a second, and then bring it back for discussion and friendly amendments to the board. So I'd entertain a motion.
I move to I move to grant preliminary design review to the Boys and Girls Club Roseland, located at 929 Spassville Road, file number PRJ 20-003. Waive the reading of the text.
Did I hear a second?
I'll second the motion.
Excellent. So I got a motion and a second for preliminary design review. The applicant is asked potentially for final. So I think we should at least have that dialogue as we move around the board with comments and friendly amendments. So Board Member Wicks, we'll start out with you. Comments and friendly amendments for consideration.
Well, for us to go down the final route, there's a few things missing, unless one of my other board members wants to correct me and I can find it in the package somewhere else, but there's no lighting study. There's trash enclosure, things that we reviewed on the prior project that are missing. And if we can find a friendly amendment to achieve those, I would like to see those incorporated into what we're going to vote on. My comments are that I like this design much better. I appreciate the applicant, again, listening to our comments and implementing a lot of those comments into the current proposal, especially the reduction in height. And I think we may have even suggested it as a relief in construction costs, but the main building and the flex space going from 22 feet to 12 feet high, I think is a good change, and it helps the exterior elevations. Also really like the, I think it's more of an elimination of the south entry, which was a little confusing to me, and making it all at the east side, which I think is a much better resolution and makes it flow better. I appreciate the little history on the racetrack, and it was a former training facility for bus drivers, and converting it to a place for our youth. And I'm going to quote the Boys and Girls Club motto here: to enable all young people, especially those who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. So such a great cause, and such a better use of land than a bus training facility. So I like what you've done and would support moving this to approval of preliminary and deferring final to staff, with the addition of the missing items, which are, to my knowledge, the lighting study for the parking areas, the trash enclosure detailing, and I'll let my other board members pile onto that.
Great, thank you, Board Member Wicks. Board Member Cordenbrock, comments and friendly amendments.
My comments are going to be pretty much the same, I think, as last time. It'd be nice on the west, on those kind of blank walls. I know you've tried to address them on the north and the west elevation, but just getting those elevations a little bit more horizontal, I guess. I love the mural idea. I look forward to seeing it as Roseland Village and the Matote Food Park goes in. It's a very colorful development and kind of things going on over there. So I applaud the colorful additions, and I would agree with Vice Chair Hedgepath on the kind of darkness of the entries. I get that the orange kind of highlights a lot of that, But that may be, maybe something to consider, as well as the kind of making the north elevation and the west elevation at the basketball court sport area a bit more horizontal in nature. And then kind of piggybacking on Board Member Wicks, yeah, I did not see the details that you talked about in terms of lighting cut sheets and photometrics and things like that. Let's see. I think on the, I guess kind of, and this is again probably a matter of maybe taste, but I just feel like in terms of like the layout of spaces, or at least like they're depicted here, it just feels more business park like in terms of the the seat wall lawn area and kind of these these quasi private spaces. And so I didn't know if there's maybe another vernacular or more contemporary vernacular that kind of can be recalled there, or looked at as you move through the design of this. So really it's just considering something more contemporary in terms of design aesthetic for even your south lawn gathering area, and your other kind of entry points where you've got kind of that crisscrossed paving pattern. Again, just kind of feels a little, I guess maybe a little out of place with the the target audience, I guess, being kids. Really appreciate, I saw like a lot of vining on the stucco walls to kind of really make those interior spaces a bit more lush. And so really appreciate that. And same with, kind of the columns on the elevations and things like that. Maybe that's something to consider on that north and west elevations as well. Let's see. And then, yeah, I just still wonder about that indoor-outdoor kind of, relationship on that north facade. And then I'll leave it at that. So, thank you.
All right, sorry, I'm taking notes. Board Member Hedgepeth, Vice Chair Hedgepeth, you have comments, friendly amendments?
Yes. I know one of the challenges of Zoom is not being there. I know Board Member Wicks has said this beautifully. It's just to be there in person and be able to see, to hold things is helpful. So I'm going to do my best. What's interesting to me about the building, I've said nothing about the site plan or any generalities. I know that there's been comment about the fact that there's a gray building. It's not really earth tone. It's a cool gray charcoal building, two-tone with these accent colors. And there's comments about window header heights. Sometimes because it's all plaster in nature, it's probably wood frame. Whether there's some accent colors above headers and plaster is a question, but I'm just going to do this. I'll self-appoint myself. If you see these colors in my screen here, when you have a sign color, like, Poppy Bank, this is a very bright orange, okay? When you're focusing down to just a sign, you can really electrify. And some of these colors get somewhat acrid when you have large expanses like trusses. But this last one's called Indian Summer. That's Kelly Moore. The middle one is Dizzy Days. That's a little deeper orange. And then there's a much lighter one, like a poppy, called Digsy. And I'm only talking at this level in all kindness that Indian Summer, which it's very orange in the sun, this thing is quite bright. There's a question about whether having a building like this have a color like that. Turn on flashlight. Just a minute. Turn on flashlight. Turn on flashlight.
It's on.
Okay, so I've turned on my flashlight. This is all real-time stuff, okay? If you see that first color, that's kind of a bronzed orange. It's a very timeless, wonderful color. In the sun, that thing gets bright. At least the doors could be bronze. I'm not game on a super light poppy orange on the outside of the building. I think you can be playful enough with some color that it's a deeper tone of orange. And I'll bring this up because it's such a huge part of the building, particularly accented against the gray. So my thoughts are strongly encouraged that we don't get sherbet orange, that we get a deeper orange color, like Dizzy Days, and the Indian Summer would be elegant because that's an orange that has some depth to it. And maybe that's the doors, maybe that's lintels, but I'm just saying that in the end of the day, when this is all said and done, these are very powerful colors already for the building. And I'm very concerned about a light orange, like a business logo being splashed across that, because it appears to me a little weak. We just want a little more strength in the color, a more brown tone to the orange. And that's really my comments. I'm done.
Okay, board member Weigel, comments.
Yeah, I think I really appreciate that you guys listen to us in terms of, I think, breaking down the scale of the building. So that's great. The only thing I thought that might be missing, Henry, was I think there might be a landscape section missing in terms of any bioswales or what have you. But it looks like everything else was addressed on the conceptual landscape plan. So that might be an item. And then with regard to my comments, so obviously I asked about those windows. I think the windows around the gym, I appreciate what you guys are trying to do in terms of the balance and symmetry. And I appreciate the getting it under the gutter line, because obviously if you put it above the gutter line, it's just kind of wasting money because it's not doing anything necessarily. But it does look like those windows on the north and the south, they're not the same width as the ones on the east and west. So I think if you guys match the sill height of all those windows all the way around, you match the widths of all the windows all the way around, and then you can play with the up down for your gutter line. I think that'll make those more effective in the gymnasium. I disagree with board member Cordenbrock on the north side of the building. You have a limitation. You have a structural limitation due to the existence of the bleachers that you want to put in. So you can't punch through that wall. You put bleachers in. So you have to have a wall to hold bleachers. It's on your floor plan on the north wall. So while it would be nice to have an interplay between indoor and outdoor, you have a limitation there because of bleachers. And I actually like the verticality of the north side. But that being said, I think the west side could take some cues from the east side in terms of having some more lap siding occur, kind of what's happening on the east side in the entry and those things. You could pull that lap siding around, create that horizontal feeling, kind of around where the patio is and the windows and whatnot, in between the kind of the front of the building and where the gymnasium starts. And I think you could just let the gym be the gym, and then kind of terminate that where that transition is between the two. And so back in the gym, section FF, the kind of the 5 windows, it seems a little awkward to me, but I think I know what you guys are trying to do in terms of having a visual connection between that classroom on the second floor and the gymnasium. And I think what I've seen in a lot of facilities like this, other boys and girls clubs, fitness centers, higher ed kind of fitness centers or training facilities, they have kind of a large wall of glass as opposed to the individual windows. I think that might go over a little bit better in terms of how to connect these spaces. I'm not requiring, I'm just giving it to you as an option to take a look at it, since you did include it as a section in the submittal. I agree with Warren on the door colors. I think pop-up color would be really nice. On a lot of school projects that we do, we introduce color at door entries because that's that tactile place where someone is interacting with the building more often than not. I really appreciate the reorganization of the ground floor in terms of how you've added an additional classroom where that other entry was on the south. I think it's going to be really beneficial having that additional kind of programmatic space for the Boys and Girls Club. But like Board Member Cordenbrock, I think that also affords the opportunity. That I think is the side that is your indoor-outdoor interplay. And you can create an outdoor classroom potentially in that space that then flows out to the lawn. So I wonder if using like a nano wall system or something, or larger sliding glass doors, as opposed to just the double doors, might help create that. And you already have a built-in trellis out there to kind of cover that southern exposure. So there's already elements there. I think you just need to take it another step further. And I think the interior courtyard can kind of stay where it is. It could be a little bit more formal. It could be a staff respite. It could be a place where kids meet with an advisor or something like that. And then lastly, the outriggers that are shown on, I guess it would be on the west, south, and east. And it's the outriggers on the upper kind of parapeted component. I think those should be colored too, like you've colored the arch and the other kind of structural elements. To me, it feels almost out of place that they're not colored in some way like the orange. I think that'd be kind of an interesting additional continuation of the color pop with your structure. And then my last comment is the Melmac. I think it's called Melmac Silver. Melmac Silver, yeah. I think that it feels way too dark to me. I kind of like the blue. I think the blue and the orange is really nice on how they talk to each other. But the stucco color, which is that Melmac Silver, I feel like it needs to be a beige or a tan or something. I think that might help the building feel more warm and inviting. Because again, that silver, at least in the rendering, it feels very dark and kind of like office parky. And you've already got all the rest of the elements to make it really an inviting building. So I think those couple of changes. Those are my comments. Thanks, guys. Great project. Can't wait to see it.
Board Member Weigel, can you take me back to 2 comments and clarify them because I was busily writing notes?
Yeah, sorry.
It's all right. First one was the wrap of the lap siding, where that was located and start and stop.
Sure. So on the east elevation, there's a really nice kind of, even if it's just a small relief kind of shadow line between the stucco and this lap siding that's occurring where the lap siding on that ground floor is existing where the windows happen. And I think it would be really nice to have that something similar happen on the west elevation. So where the windows are and the doors and the openings, where on the two kind of left and right flanking the courtyard on the kind of the right hand side. Yeah, I think that would be really nice because that would give it that horizontal feel and match it to the other side, thus creating that four-sided architecture we love so much.
And then the other one is the elements that you were talking about potentially creating color on. So the second story elements.
Yeah, they're those outriggers. They look like outriggers to me. I would call them outriggers on the pop-ups with the flat roofs.
Okay.
So on the east elevation, the south elevation, and the west elevation.
TR3.
Is that what they're called? TR3?
TR3, which is, outriggers and corbels.
Outriggers and corbels, yeah.
And you were suggesting more color.
I was, because I think it would be a nice interplay to the large amount of color that's present on the arches and entryways and structural elements. I think it would start to tie it all together.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay, I think it's up to me on comments and friendly amendments. I'll just put a couple things forward. Given the nature of the project being the Boys and Girls Club and the desire to get things built over, particularly in this Roseland area where we just, approved a temporary food truck area and family place. I'd like to, see this move forward sooner rather than later. And so I would appreciate if we would consider final design review, if we want to either ask the applicant about the trash enclosure and what it might look like, or if we want to kind of dictate that it follows suit with the architectural nature of the building. Either way is fine with me, but I think we should try and move that forward. And I'd also like to just go through and talk about, what's a consider and what's a shall. And particularly on the colors, I completely get where Vice Chair Hedgepeth is going with that. I also know that sponsors of projects like to have their colors involved in the sponsorship of the project. So I think that before we even get back to that dialogue, I think maybe we can have the applicant respond a little bit to that desire. And if it's truly a, Poppy Bank logo color throughout was the intent where we see it, or if it's kind of like, hey, we're going to have the Poppy Bank logo be the Poppy Bank logo, and then the color could be, something a bit more rich and to Vice Chair's point, less washed out in the daylight. Why don't we take a moment and see if the applicant wants to respond to both the trash enclosure and the color of the Poppy Bank logo versus taking that throughout the building, and then we can kind of come back to the board, walk through the friendly amendments, shall and consider, and I think we can get there.
I would love to speak to the color. So the Gallagher family has purchased the land for the Boys and Girls Club for about $1 million. And when I met with them to ask them if they would like to be a part of the project, they said they would not just like to be a part of the project, they would like to take on the whole project. So in addition to doing the design and the build, they are fully financing every penny of the project, which is probably about $10 million. So from the perspective of the Boys and Girls Clubs, we are absolutely thrilled to have the Poppy Bank orange.
Can you hear me, Scott?
Yes, Steve. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with the comments that Jennifer just made. I will say, at the last meeting, it was said that we wanted bold and fun kind of colors. And with Poppy Bank being the sponsor, we have our orange color and everything. Well, gee, that seems like a great bold color that'll pop and everything. So I may be speaking out of turn here a little bit, but I think there can be some nuances that are done with the colors, hopefully that can work with the building there and everything. I think we're looking at, I think probably the more concern I have is everything I've kind of heard with all these comments are all good and they seem workable. And I would like them to be available so that we can get it approved at staff level when we come back in for that final.
Great, and I think that adds some flavor to the color comment. Do you want to have the architects chime in on the what was thought to be proposed for the trash enclosure, and then that way we can have a baseline to make comments off of?
Yeah, usually in all of our projects that we do, we try to tie in the trash enclosures with the architecture of whatever development we're doing. So I see no problem in that. But let me just ask Nate or Greg to maybe chime in on that.
Yeah, this is Nate here. You all can hear me, I presume?
Yes, Nate, thank you.
Okay. So we do, Board Member Wicks had mentioned that didn't know if there was a trash enclosure included. I don't know if that was just the architectural style of the trash enclosure or the location, but we are showing a trash enclosure there at the rear parking lot, kind of on the northwest end of the building. And just as Steve said, it will definitely tie into the architecture of the building. For durability purposes, it's most likely going to be the stucco exterior finish and going to most likely carry through the same roof style as we have at all our entrances with the the rolled metal roof, standing seam roof there, just so it all kind of flows with the entire project.
Great. Thank you, Nate. I appreciate it. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. The other comment that was conflicting between Board Member Cordenbrock and Board Member Wagle was the west wall and the north wall. I think we've kind of solved the one of the two. I don't remember which one it was from the standpoint of the bleachers. Do you two want to have any further dialogue and duke it out over whether there's a friendly amendment for consideration on the other wall that was not addressed with the bleachers?
Well, I would say since Drew brought up the whole, west, I guess a possible solution to consider for the west side, maybe that's a similar treatment. And again, I don't know, but treatment for the north elevation. I see that there's, some columnar shrubs in there and things like that. So maybe that helps enough. But
Board Member Wagle, you want to add any flavor to that conversation?
I just had I guess it's a question for Brett. He's the plant guy, not me. Is the juniperous, I guess the Wichita blue, is that what you're talking about in terms of a columnar?
Correct. Yeah, it's listed as 10 by 4 or 6 or something like that. So, it's 10 feet tall. But, they've got there's limited space planting strip over there. So, you're not trying to throw in a massive, how wide is that? 3 feet? Yeah, 4 feet. So, yeah. So, if it's something that got taller, great. Or even flowered, evergreen and flowered, to make that kind of pop up and stuff. You leave that up to the landscape architect on that.
So I guess your issue is that you don't like the verticality of the architecture, but if the plantings are vertical and have some interest, that would leave the architecture alone?
Yeah, which they kind of do. They've got an evergreen in there and such. So, and it's, a limited planting strip anyway. So, yeah, it's probably fine.
I'm wondering, I guess I was just looking at the civil plan. It doesn't, it looks like you could maybe gain about a foot out of that parking lot, but beyond that, it's pretty tight.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay.
So, yeah, it's got 26 and 19 and 19, unless you did compact stalls or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing about, I think someone had brought it up about bioretention and kind of, which I'm sure that's all on the conditions in the, I think, Exhibit A already anyway. So,
So you think the answer to the north is to direct the landscape architect to introduce more varied plantings with flowers? Be done with it?
No, I mean, just something maybe that gets, well, what kind of like what they've done, if they can get something that's taller, you know, a little bit taller to really bring that mass down, great. You know, aside from like Italian cypress or something like that. And that's where the comment about, you know, maybe something to soften that in terms of the vines and things will be okay. But yeah.
All right. I think I can take a stab at walking us through this discussion, and why don't you try and stop me at the points where I falter in my note taking. That way we can correct them as we go. Okay, so and I want to preface this in saying that we are going to defer final to staff if we can get there, and so consider as we read through these that we're deferring final to staff. So shall provide an outdoor lighting study and cut sheets for final design review. Shall provide a trash enclosure design that is complementary and of the durability of the building architecture. Consider planting on the north gymnasium wall to enhance the elevation and bring the massing down. Consider, nice. Oh, that work?
Yeah, nice. That was beautiful.
All right. Consider lightening the color of the entryways. Is that correct? Lightening the color? Okay, so it can be kind of any color in the color palette, just as long as it gets a little lighter and more inviting.
I would limit it just to the doors. I think they can.
Okay.
Yeah, they can keep it. I mean, they can keep, if it's anodized aluminum storefront, they could go dark bronze for all I care. I think it's more about the doors than the whole thing. I don't know if Warren agrees.
Yeah, I just want to partition that from the orange, but just talking about the doors proper, they need to be lighter, whether you want to get playful or keep it, certainly for durability. I know you do a lot of schoolwork, Drew, and doors don't do well with little hands for decades if it's not a durable surface, and anodized does the trick for decades.
Yeah, we do a lot of hollow metal, and if it gets nicked, you just repaint it.
Yep.
So that too, yeah.
Okay, so consider lightening the color of the entry doors. Consider a more contemporary south lawn and other entry point vernacular to be less business park-like. Consider re-looking at the indoor-outdoor relationship of the north gym elevation. So it's the indoor-outdoor relationship there. I know that we discussed it before, and it hasn't really changed much, and it may not be able to change much. So just re-look at it. And then this is consider a deeper orange color in lieu of the Poppy Bank logo color, which may get washed out on a larger size than if it was just at the Poppy Bank logo signage. Consider matching the widths of the windows on the north, south, east, and west gym elevation. And I'm assuming you want to hold the sill alignment.
Yeah, hold the sill as they are, yeah.
Can I jump in on one real quick?
Yeah, please.
I thought you were going to head down the direction, Drew, of making those squares to match the west and east elevations of the pavilion, making the north and south be squares to match those.
Yeah, I thought about it, in all honesty, and I think I was satisfied with the commentary from the applicant in terms of why they wanted to hold it below the gutter line. But I certainly think that those windows all need to have, all 24 of them, all need to have the same sill height, and they need to have the same width. And then the head height could change between north, south, and east-west.
So the sill height that we're going to match are the square sill heights, not the rectangles. Yeah, I'd like them to consider them making them squares too, but I hear your point and I agree.
So I think it's a consider, and we might as well add the consider making them all squares. So either or.
All square.
All square. Let's see. On the west side, west elevation, flanking the entry doors, consider the wrap siding on the left and right side flanking the entry on the west side.
I would just add around first floor windows similar to east elevation.
Okay. Good add. Thank you. Consider a large glass expanse on the interior connection between the gym and the second floor in lieu of the 5 windows, separate windows. Consider at we're back to the west elevation, a more expansive door so that you could potentially have more indoor-outdoor connectivity.
No, I think I meant that on the south.
Oh, south. Okay.
Yeah, the classroom.
Okay. Gotcha.
Classroom 2, as opposed to a double door, a nano wall or sliding door or something like that.
Okay. Consider a color substitution for the Melmac silver and bringing it to more of a tan or beige. And consider enhancing the color palette of the outriggers and corbels to match the more bright color palette of the trellis elements.
I would just call it to match the other structural elements.
Okay.
It's vague.
To match the other structural elements.
Yep, exterior structural elements, let's call it.
There you go. All right, exterior structural elements. So those were the notes I had. Did I miss anything from any of the board members' comments that wish to be added, strengthened, or taken off the table?
The only other thing in terms of additional information was tree mitigation. It looks like there are several oaks being removed as part of it, and I know they'll get through that process, but just wanted to call that to attention as well.
I can't remember if I saw that in the exhibit or not, but we'll add it to tree mitigation plan at final design review. Yeah.
Sounds great.
Okay. All right. Any other board members? Okay. Why don't we go to staff first, and we can ask Ms. Tumayans if you want any clarification on any of these shalls and considers.
Yes, I'm still a little confused on the expansive door consider. I think it's considered number 12. It was something for classroom 2. I didn't understand how that would work.
So they've got this beautiful south lawn and patio and a classroom directly adjacent to it. So they just have a double door. So in order to reinforce an indoor-outdoor interplay, we'd like them to consider a larger door opening. I guess that's probably the better way to say it. Consider larger door opening from classroom 2 to south lawn or south patio. South patio, it's probably better.
Right. They do it on I guess maybe you got that from, so the dance or fitness studio has, at least it looks like, nano wall type of approach to it as well. So I think that's what he's kind of getting at.
Okay. And then that large glass expanse, can you describe that a little bit better?
So currently at the second floor interior, looking into the, towards the north, I suppose it is. No, yes, north. Looking into the gym is currently 5 separate windows. And the consideration is to make that one large window.
Is that at classroom 7? Just to help clarify where that location is?
Yes, it is. It's at classroom 7. And I would say that even if the windows were spaced closer together with a structural element in between them, that's not as large, that would likely be more effective than what's there now, if that makes sense. Because I understand that it'd be a pretty big piece of structure to span that completely. So I'm sympathetic to that.
I think I have everything else jotted down.
Okay, great. So I'll bring it back over to the applicant. Mr. McCullough, want to speak on behalf of the applicants and let us know if you heard anything that's kind of just not going to be able to happen?
No, I think it all sounds reasonable. You came up with good suggestions before at our first conceptual, and I like what I'm hearing here. And unless maybe if I've missed something or there's something structural, maybe Nate or Greg could speak up if there is something that they want to question. So if you could either give us a yay or nay, Nate or Greg, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to chime in on was the expanse of glass into the gymnasium area. I would also love to do one big expanse of glass. The issue I think we're going to end up running into has to do with the occupancy separation of the gym to the classroom space and the fire rated glass and everything that goes along with that. And that's primarily the reason we went to the smaller windows in that area.
I think that's fair enough. I think it was just an idea to enhance the experience. Obviously, it's not an exterior architectural feature anyhow. And so I think that, what it's a consider, that means that you're considering it. And if you're constrained by fire code, then so be it.
Fair enough.
I completely agree. Yep.
Okay. And that being said, I think we're fine with all the suggestions, the shalls and the considers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McCullough. And it's been a while. I don't even remember which board member motioned it. So, all right, Drew. So you motioned it. Would you like to add final design review deferred to staff and accept the friendly amendments as proposed?
I would. That's fantastic.
Great. And did the second accept the friendly amendment and deferring final to staff?
Indeed, on all fronts.
Great. Then I would like a roll call, please.
Okay. Board Member Wicks.
Aye.
Board Member Weigel.
Aye.
Board Member Cordenbrock.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
Aye.
Chair Kincaid.
Aye. Excellent. Thanks to my board for working through that, getting this project moving. Thanks to the Gallagher family for being sponsors of the project, along with their Poppy Bank, and to the Boys and Girls Club for providing a much needed enhanced service both in that area and throughout Marin and Sonoma counties. So good luck with the building permit process and get that building out of the ground ASAP.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yep, likewise.
Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and staff can swap out presentations and get the applicants teed up, and we can take a little minute to ourselves. So we'll see you in 5 minutes.
And then I won't be joining you back because I'm abstaining from the last item.
Okay, well,
so have a great night, guys.
Good night then, and thank you for your participation.
Chair Kincaid, we're ready when you are.
Okay, like to reconvene here after our recess, and we are on to item 6.3. Item 6.3 is a concept design review of Cherry Ranch development at 930 Fresno Avenue, file number DR20-024. And we have City Planner Adam Ross to give us an introduction to the project.
Chair Kincaid, this is Bill Rosa. I'm not seeing Warren, so we'll need to make sure we have a quorum.
Boom, there he is. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. This is Adam Ross speaking, project planner. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and start the staff's presentation, and then the applicant has a presentation to go through as well. Do you see the screen okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes. Great. So the project is, it's a concept design review before you. It's located at 930 Fresno Avenue. A bit of the project description. It's a future development, the proposed future development of 67 attached and detached single-family residences. The site is on 6.87 acres, just south of Sebastopol Road. And the project applicant intends to incorporate a portion of affordable units into the portion of the property. I will say in regards to that, they would have to comply with the inclusionary housing ordinance, as do all new developments, residential developments. This site is, and here's just that and re-explained here and maybe a little bit easier to see. The units are 1 and 2 stories. It's R16 zoning. And the general plan land use designation is medium low density residential, which allows 8 to 13 units per acre. The site and general plan land use designation is shown here. This is kind of also an overview of where it is. There's some open space preserve here. There's a retail and business service up here. It's an animal hospital, and then some residential subdivisions here to the west as well. And here's Sebastopol Road on the north. What is not included in this, which I just wanted to explain, is that this is in the Sebastopol corridor priority development area. So it goes through the Resilient City Development Measure process. My concept design review to you guys at the board, and then all the comments and recommendations and considerations are taken forth when they do submit for the formal minor design review seen by the zoning administrator. Other entitlements, I believe, for this project will be a tentative map and a minor use permit for the small lot subdivision. So here's a neighborhood context map. Again, Fresno Avenue is right here. So there's 3 access points from Fresno Avenue. Here's a conceptual site plan with the landscaping included. So street trees are there. As you can see, they're mostly duets, own lots, but they share a common wall. So it's like duplexes, but each unit is on their own lot. Here's the single family up in the corner. I think there's 4 total single families proposed on this, with this project. There was some public correspondence with this, and I just wanted to say that the elevations are included on the applicant's presentation. I just didn't want to have to double up there. The density, there was a neighborhood meeting held previously last year. The density was 83 units, and it included 32 multifamily units. And some of the other, and that was the concern of neighbors so far. Also parking, the overall density of the project. There's some concern for building heights in their and their orientation of the subdivision as they abut the parcel to the east. And that is included in the public correspondence attachment provided to you. And what the tentative map process will be: environmental concerns, including the close proximity to tiger salamander vernal pools that potentially support tiger salamanders, building heights, setbacks, as well as a phone conversation today with a neighbor, a gentleman in the area, with just again the overall density, kind of the lack of infrastructure existing in the area, and traffic concerns with the one entrance off Fresno Avenue, and the air quality, the effects on air quality with the project, and also construction noise associated with the potential project. Some of the, and just for some context, some of the concerns shown here, the density 83 units and there being a multifamily site, the applicant changed the design and layout. As you see, they're now duets with 4 single family detached. So they removed the multifamily units entirely, so it's no longer an apartment complex, and they reduced the density by 16 units. So again, that's duplexes instead of multifamily units. And with that, the purpose again of this is to provide comments, recommendations, and considerations for the project, otherwise known as the Cherry Ranch subdivision. And that's my presentation. And so I'm available for comment, but I'm going to go ahead and open up the applicant's presentation as well.
Let's go ahead and take questions for staff while we get the applicant presentation up. Board Member Wicks, questions?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Ross. A HOA associated with this project?
I'm not sure yet. That'll be, the applicant might have that information.
Okay.
I'll let them answer that. And that may be provided as a condition of approval in the entitlement phase.
Okay. Just the old concern about using the garage for a garage and not making it another space. I was just wondering how that might be policed. But other than that, no questions for you or staff.
Thank you.
Board Member Cordenbrock, questions for staff?
Yes. I was wondering, I guess this will come up later on. I was looking at across Fresno Avenue, adjacent, I guess it would be to the west, and just the number of kind of curb cuts or access points. It looks like one, lines up on the northern edge. But has there been any preliminary review from traffic or public works about kind of the those, having those 3 access points and I guess closeness to one another? I guess it would depend on, what Fresno Avenue is classified as.
Yeah, great question. This is concept, so typically it's not required to have the traffic study drafted at this point. The applicant did provide one though. It's provided with as an attachment in the concept package, and I am looking for.
Yeah, it looks like there's at least. Sorry, go ahead. There's at least the option for, or the necessity for 2, based on kind of the access analysis. So anyway, I was wondering if that has come up in any conversation. So obviously, with tentative map, and you can kind of maybe go through the tentative map process a bit, just for benefit of us and also some of the comments we've received from the public. But it looks like would be addressed by traffic and public works.
That's correct. Traffic did do a very brief analysis so far, and there is a just the only thing so far that sorry, I'm getting a pop-up right now. So far, the full review has not been completed at this point. And as it is fleshed out in the tentative map and other entitlement processes, even if this was just a minor design review only, say no tentative map, no use permit, all of those factors would have to be considered, reviewed by the appropriate staff. And in that case, engineering development services, traffic, and traffic engineering. So right now we don't have that any responses yet from them, but those are great questions, and we will have to figure all of that out.
Sure. Yeah. No, just kind of giving my first look at it. Not first look, but first impressions rather. Also, is there anything, I guess, considering, open space or common open space for a development like this? I know for multifamily, we may, but I don't know if this falls into that category, or are there like common open space requirements that are considered as part of this?
So to my knowledge, as this project will be reviewed by parks, they kind of set the park requirements, whether that's providing on-site parks or in park and lieu fees or park fees, I should say. There is so far just with this project is private open space, semi-private open space, such as like backyards.
Sure.
And a similar response is we have yet to kind of flesh that out as well, because it's in the concept page. But I'm sure the applicant team can provide more information on some of that as well.
Yeah, no, that'd be great to hear a little bit about that. I think those are all of my questions right now.
Hey, good questions. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, questions for staff?
Sure, thank you, Chair Kincaid. Yeah, I appreciate Board Member Cordenbrock on the question about open space. I know that typically a for sale subdivision has parking lieu fees. Not far from here, there are some park sites. That's something for staff to research through. The question about public road, private road, it's always triggering a HOA if the roads are private in nature, and the city over time has adopted 30-foot widths right away versus the larger 36 and 42 right of ways. So that matter can be explained. But if it is desired that these streets be private, I'm speculating it's an HOA. Those are my questions.
Thank you. My question is, who is the approving authority for the tentative map process?
The Planning Commission.
Okay. That is my only question. So before we get to the applicant presentation, I know this is not a public hearing item, but it has been customary that we open up for public comment, even on concept design items. So at this time, I would like to open up item 6.3 for public comment. We'll give it a couple minutes, and if staff can let us know if anyone is wishing to join by phone or through Zoom, that would be appreciated.
Chair Kincaid, we don't see any raised hands yet. Attendees, if anyone would like to speak as part of a public comment, please raise your hand. If you're part of the applicant team, this is not the time for applicants. We have one person, Tracy Good. Tracy, I've unmuted you. You can speak when you're ready.
am I unmuted?
Yeah, good evening, Tracy. Welcome to the meeting, and go ahead and give you 3 minutes to speak.
I wanted to address some of those concerns, such as parking. It's difficult to tell from the plans, but the streets look really narrow. And with the ongoing fire, the concern is evacuation, if there's cars parked on the street and being able to get out. I live in the homeowners association right across from it, and the streets are really narrow, and the parking on the streets makes it difficult to get out of this subdivision, which would be my concern with that subdivision. As well as you mentioned the access of 2 or 3. I think 3 would be better, because then they can evacuate more easily if there was only 2 exit points for that subdivision. And then the other concern is I don't see any park for that neighborhood. We are in the homeowners association and we have a park. So I don't know who pays for the park. I assume that's a part of our homeowners association fees there. Anything else? Parking, access, and who takes care of the landscaping along Fresno would be a question that I have. Thank you.
And thank you for your participation. Great questions. I've been informed that I went out of sequence, and it must be because it's getting late past my bedtime. So I apologize. Thanks to staff for jumping to public comment ahead of schedule.
Chair Kincaid, I don't see any other raised hands, and I don't see any phone calls called in.
Okay, and are there any voicemails that need to be played or emails that need to be read into record?
So I summarized a phone call in mine that I had today. All other emails have been provided as public correspondence and late correspondence sent earlier today to the board, which were also summarized in the public correspondence as well.
Right. Okay, thank you for that clarification. If we're not seeing any other hands raised to speak, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the applicant for their presentation to the board. And as the applicant speaks, if they can introduce themselves to the board and give their relation to the project, that would be excellent. Thank you.
Sure. Chair Kincaid, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. Well, very, very good to see you all. My name is Doug Hilberman. I'm the president of Axia Architects, 250 D Street in Santa Rosa. We are the architectural firm for the project. I'd also like to introduce with us today are Matt and John Capiello, who are owners in the project. Andy Bordessa from Civil Design Consultants, the civil engineers for the project, and Michael Cook from Integra, the landscape architects for the project. Chair Kincaid, you make me feel good there. I was sitting here 4 hours into this saying to myself, man, I've lost my chops. You guys are all looking professionally sharp, and I'm sitting here pounding coffee. So your comment made me feel good there. I wanted to go through our presentation real quickly. We'll be brief about it. I'm going to go through the presentation. At the very end of the presentation, I'd like to offer the microphone to Andy Bordessa to comment briefly on the civil engineering, and then to Michael Cook to comment on the landscape architecture. And then the owner would like a few comments before we go into question and answer. And then I liked the previous question and answer organization that you had on one of the earlier projects. I'll be happy to be the point person on the Q&A and then can field it to the individuals. involved on the project team. So the Cherry Ranch development, let's go to the next slide there. Thank you. This is really, in many ways, we're looking at this and it's inside of the urban growth boundary. It's in many ways an infill site. It is one of the sites that was identified in the Southwest Area Plan, actually, as a residential development project site. It was project number 22 on that particular document with the 2007 EIR that went along with it there. So the project was envisioned for residential for quite some time here with the city, and these owners have actually owned the site for a while too. The project is zoned on the general plan as a medium low density residential, and with the general plan, that particular designation, the general plan emphasizes attached single family residential. It also allows for multifamily residential and detached residential, but it makes a point of emphasizing attached single family residential. So that in many ways was part of the cue we looked at in terms of our particular project here. We also acknowledged the fact that it was close to transportation options. It had the bike lane, it has bus routes, and it was continued development around the former runways there. Next slide, please. The adjacent housing is mostly two-story residential. We also noted further down the street, but in the neighborhood, three-story structures as well. We took our cues from this, but we wanted to actually design a project that was a little less dense than some of the recent development in the area. Next slide, please. These are some photos along Fresno Avenue and then an aerial bird's eye view you can see of the site. The question came up, and I believe it was from board member Kortenbrock in regards to the question about park space and open space. The project that was adjacent here was a planned development. As such, you can see that the residences are more compact on their sites, and they basically shared their public space or their outdoor recreation space together in the form of park spaces. What we're trying to do is provide variety in the area, and the product that we're looking at has individual yards with recreational space in each of the yards. This would be referred to as a small lot subdivision with 400 square feet of space in each one of the individual yards. So it's just a different way of looking at how to provide single family residential products for the city. And both are obviously recognized by the city as viable ways to provide residential housing stock to the community. Next slide, please. As staff member Ross had indicated here, we had a neighborhood meeting last year. At the time, we had come in with the idea that City of Santa Rosa was really looking to maximize housing stock. This was obviously after the fires, and the idea we thought would be to come in closer to the 13 units per acre. And to do so, we brought in some multifamily apartments in addition to the attached single family residential to both create variety within the development, but also to increase the total number of units. So we had come in with a project that we had introduced at 83 units. Coming out of that meeting, we had very good feedback from the neighborhood in terms of a number of folks showing up and providing feedback. There were concerns about the parking. We understand from the feedback from the neighbors, there are existing parking issues in the existing development over there, and there was concern that the new development not add to those issues. So that was one of the key concerns. The other one was a concern about the density of the multifamily apartments. And we did acknowledge that most of the adjacent residential was single family residential. It was not the multifamily apartments. The multifamily apartments tended to be on the north and a little farther down in the neighborhood. And then there was a concern about the height that was attributable to our multifamily buildings as well. So when we came back and we looked at that feedback, we decided that this might not be the right spot for the multifamily apartments. We removed those from the project and returned to more of the single family attached residential homes in this area. We dropped the density in terms of number of units from 83 to 67. And then we also looked very carefully at the parking stalls and were able to add on-street parking. I'm not talking about Fresno Avenue, I'm talking about internal to the streets. We've added some stalls internal to the streets within the development as a way to also address parking. And with the parking, I will say we are right now running, our parking requirements are at about a little over 170 spaces. And we have a little over 190 spaces, of which 89 are covered in garages. So we've tried very hard to address the parking issue as well. Next slide, please. You've seen this slide, so you saw a larger version. I won't spend too much time on this other than to say we've also tried to make sure we had landscaping along pedestrian travel paths. We tried to look to integrate our proposed streets with the adjacent streets. We also focused most of the driveways. There was a comment about curb cuts along Fresno Avenue. We did not want to add dramatically to that. So we've internalized most of the driveways internally to the internal streets and then had 3 points of entry, which W-Trans, our traffic engineer, has looked at and is comfortable with. And then again, going back to the parking, we've tried to address parking in 3 different ways: the garages, the driveways, and the street parking. Next slide, please. In terms of the elevations, this project is actually, the developer for this project, the owners of the project, have actually had success, good success with modular construction down in another set of projects in the Bay Area. And so this is a project we thought would be well suited for it, both from a standpoint of achieving a price point that was approachable for workforce families, and also for the expediency of putting the housing up. We thought we could create some variety within it through roof lines, through textural materials, while also taking advantage of a couple of different floor plans and a little bit of variation within the floor plans to achieve different needs. So one of the key floor plans we've got here, the type A residence, is a single story residence. We've actually used this in many of the portions around the site, around the perimeter of the site, so that we had 1-story residences backed up against some of the neighboring locations. Next slide, please. And I might add, that is a 3-bedroom unit. With the 2-story units, I'm sorry, going back to the single floor, don't need to change the slide, but the single-story residence has master on the first floor, obviously, too. And the 2-story units, we've got the option of having another bedroom on the first floor and then 3 upstairs for a total of 4 bedrooms, or it can have a deeper garage. It can be constructed both ways. Here, again, we're experimenting with hip roofs, with gable roofs, with texture of materials, and a little bit in terms of styles to create some interest across the development as well. Next slide, please. And then the C-style unit does pick up on some of the B-style unit pieces, but is a tighter unit to basically handle certain portions of the site where we needed something with a little less depth. I will say in regards to these units, the idea is to create some variety in the massing, and then also in regards to these units, the indoor-outdoor space rolling into the backyards is something we've tried to orient the floor plan such that they can take advantage of that. Next slide, please. Here you have some samples of color palettes for the materials, mostly earth tones. We want to run the full spectrum of earth tones so that we're not only experimenting with some lighter colors, but then also integrating a few darker colors again to create variety within the subdivision. Next slide, please. These are some street elevations. The bottom one is along Fresno Avenue. The top one is an internal street, but again, the idea being roof lines, 2 stories versus 1 story, all of that creating a little bit of interest in regards to height variation and massing variation. Next slide, please. I'm going to hand it over then for 1 slide to Andy Bordessa for civil engineering comments, and then 1 slide for Mike Cook, and then hand it over to the owner here for some wrap-up comments. So let me hand it over first to Andy Bordessa.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Andy, welcome to the meeting.
All right, thank you. Andy Bordessa, Civil Design Consultants, 2200 Range Avenue, Santa Rosa. Here we're, the slide that's up is kind of the beginning of what our tentative map submittal will mimic. Again, as Doug mentioned, we have 67 single-family lots with attached housing. Just to kind of give you an overview on the lot sizes, the smallest minimum size lot that you see here is 2,400 square feet. It's depicted by lots 63 and 66, I believe. And the largest lot is 5,100 square feet, depicted by lot 25. They average about 3,200 square feet in size. We are conforming to the R1 small lot setback requirements, in particular around the easterly and southerly sides of the project, where we're maintaining 15-foot rear yard setbacks. The internal block there, depicted by lots 33 through 50, have a reduced rear yard setback, but still conforming to the 400 square foot outdoor space. The proposed streets within the development are going to be proposed as public streets, meeting the city street standards. Not all of the streets are parked on both sides, and just to kind of give you a rundown there, the southerly east-west leg of Terrabrook Drive has parking only on the southerly side, with a small parking pocket that would accommodate 2 cars adjacent to lot 33 and 50, and similar on adjacent to lots 41 and 42. There's a small parking bulb out there that would accommodate another couple of parking spaces. Pretty much everywhere else, we're proposing streets that wouldn't accommodate parking, except for Fresno Avenue, which would be widened and fully parked along there. And with all of the driveways turned internal, Fresno Avenue could accommodate, I don't know the exact number, but it could be fully parked all the way along there. I think that is my brief rundown.
Good evening, Chair Kincaid and Vice Chair Hedgepath and Design Review Board members. Mike Cook, Integra Landscape Architecture. We've had the pleasure of working on this project with Axia Architects and CDC. I'm going to be real brief. We're at concept design review level, and we have our graphic in front of us, and you can see by the different colored trees and the different colored ground cover plane colors. We are proposing similar or all the same trees along Fresno Avenue, all the same trees throughout the development for street trees, and then accent and evergreen trees throughout. All the areas in the front yards will be landscaped and meet WELLO and also City of Santa Rosa design guidelines. And all the street tree layout and species will meet City of Santa Rosa street tree guidelines. The only other thing we show on our landscape plans are the fence layout, and you can see there's a perimeter fence around the property, and then there's perimeter fencing around each of the individual properties. We've aligned those fences to keep some windows in front of the fences and keep the dining room and such behind the fences. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Doug.
Let me actually hand it over to the owners then. Matt and John Capiello, I believe they had a couple of comments just to wrap up before we move to Q&A.
My name is Matt Capiello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Matt.
Yes.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure. This is my first meeting of this nature where you click on and off and so forth. But anyway, we acquired this property kind of almost by accident. We had finished a renovation of a property up on Guerneville Road. It was the old kitchen and bath. Had been there for, I don't know, 40 years or so, and they went out of business during the recession. And we took that over and renovated it, and it's now a Latino grocery store, and they had the option to buy that from us, and they did. And about that same time, the owners, the principal owner of this property, decided he wanted out of the development business. And so we fortunately were able to exchange our equity from the Guerneville Road property into this one. And this all occurred within a couple of months of the fires. And we were encouraged by people in the city to build housing and to build a lot of it. And that's when the idea came up to have an apartment house. We were going to have an apartment house on this kind of leg of the flag, if you would. And then the other remaining portion would be similar to what we've got, mostly more townhouses, 2-story buildings. And then, of course, as Doug described, we had our community meeting, and it became obvious that the bulk of the apartment building wasn't very desirable, and the density that it created wasn't very desirable. So Doug came up with a less dense, not as bulky of a plan for us, and that's where we are now. In the modular construction, we literally picked up our building permits today in Oakland for a 90-unit apartment building, 90 units over a podium. And we, in the process of that, have become pretty, we've established a good relationship with not only the modular manufacturer, who happens to be in Idaho, but the developer or the general contractor who just finished the hotel down near the casino in Roanoke Park. So we started talking to them about this project, and they certainly said it could be done and could be done pretty effectively and efficiently, which we like, obviously, and we just keeping the team together. And we're going to bring their expertise back into this one. And that's kind of the history of how we evolved to where we are. I don't know if you have more questions for me or for any of us, but I'm certainly open to that.
Matt, I'm going to add 2 quick comments, and then we'll hand it back to the board for Q&A here. One had to do with the, we did get some emails from our staff in regards to our staff representative in regards to an adjacent neighbor that was concerned about the elevation grade change on the east side of the lot. And we just wanted to say, actually, the civil engineer on their project was somebody that we knew very well. Mr. Bordessa has already reached out to them, and they've already had a very good conversation. So that piece, we're pretty comfortable that after concept design review here, that piece will get that dialogue going and have that ironed out pretty well. And then the one other thing I was going to mention before handing it back was the project was introduced with the idea that there was on-site inclusionary housing. I must admit, as the team has looked at that and looked at the options available in the city of Santa Rosa, right now the owner is leaning towards supporting the in lieu of program as opposed to on-site, but they are still visiting those elements.
And there's one other thing I'd add. Here it is 2020, more than 2 years after we acquired the property. Well, this property had another project planned on it in the early aughts, and they went through the environmental process on the tiger, salamander, and wetlands, got their approvals, got the mitigation taken care of, et cetera. But all those expired, and we had to renew them, and it took us about 2 years to renew those, and all of that's behind us and taken care of. And so here we are now in 2020 presenting this to you.
All right. Well, thank you for a very thorough presentation, particularly for a concept review item. Wouldn't expect much less from you, Mr. Hilberman. So much appreciated for driving the team towards that. In any event, this is a concept design review. Historically, as you well know, that we've kept it kind of informal and kind of bounce back and forth, but that's proved to be a bit more difficult in this format. So I think we're going to start out with questions and then we'll roll into comments. And by no means does that mean that we can't have a little back and forth, but I think it's just more helpful for us to deliver kind of a set of comments if we keep the questions and comments separate. So with that, we'll start with Board Member Wicks. You have questions for the applicant?
Yeah, parking oriented. On-site street parking. Terra Brook is the only street that has parking on one side of it? Or is that Terra Brook section cut on the civil drawing, the C1 drawing? Is it only at the bulbs?
Andy with Civil Design, Terra Brook actually only has parking on full parking on the southeast-west leg on the south side. On that same leg, you'll see opposite lots 33 and 50 a bulb out or a widened parking bay that would allow 2 street parking spaces there. And then similarly, if you go to the northerly east-west leg on the south side, adjacent to lots 41 and 42, there's another parking bay there that would accommodate 2 spaces.
So there's only 4 on-site parking spots. But
no, there's actually 12 on-site street parking spaces. We have the south side of basically fronting in front of lots 26 through 32. We have parking on that side of the street. And then we have the 4 additional spaces in the parking bays. And then, of course, we have Fresno Avenue being fully parked.
Okay. I think that's it for me. Actually, I don't have very many questions.
Thank you, Board Member Wicks. Board Member Cordenbrock, questions for the applicant?
Sure. Will this, so there's some discussion around Fresno, and I think I heard that it was going to be widened or fully improved. Is that part of this project that will be ensuring that that work happens, or is that something that comes at a later time? Just again, back to that, parking overflow question and such. Maybe it's too early. I don't know.
Well, this is Andy again with Civil Design. I would expect as we go through the conditioning process on our formal tentative map application, that I would fully expect that we would be conditioned to widen Fresno Avenue across our project frontage.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was just trying to look at like the existing conditions versus proposed, and so curious how much widening, and if there's a street type for Fresno.
If you look at in the lower right part of the street, we're showing a typical street section there of Fresno Avenue. The right-hand side of that section is what is existing opposite us. Mm-hmm. And basically what is on our side is a travel lane and a small shoulder. So we would be widening it to accommodate a bike lane and parking.
Yep. Yeah, I see that now. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like there's parking at least indicated on both sides for the future of Fresno Avenue.
Yes.
Excellent. Let's see. And then there was a question about, I guess, the mitigation and how that has, it sounds like it has been taken care of, and for, the benefit of us and the public, that mitigation is fathered into this project, or is already part of this project and complete. Could you describe maybe what that mitigation was for benefit of us?
Are you talking about the environmental?
Yes.
Yeah, we kind of inherited a company called Monk and Associates, who are environmental engineering company. Maybe you're familiar with them. And they renewed what they already had, but that includes flora and everything. But basically we bought mitigation rights, or credits, pardon me. And it amounted to less than half an acre. But we've bought them, and we took care of that according to, we've got our letters of approval from the Army Corps of Engineers and so on and so forth. That's alphabet soup when you go through the agencies, you lose track of who's who. There's one that's the state and virtually the same one that's federal. But eventually you get through all of them and somebody tells you, well, you've done it. And somebody told us we did it. So.
Yeah. Okay. Great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Super. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, questions for the applicant?
Thank you. Yes, a thorough presentation. I think, Andy, you may have answered my question. All the streets proposed sections internally, those can be stewarded as a public arena. These are all public streets in the making that are being incubated in your plan?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all from me.
And my only question is equally curiosity from a modular standpoint. Is it modular all the way, or is there portions of it that are stick built on site, like modular core and stick built, or is it 100% built off site and mobilized to the site and pieced together?
It's the units themselves will be modular and built off site. But whenever you do this, you end up having your general that, puts roofs on and front porches, etc. And that's after your civil contractor does all the site work and pads and so on and so forth. Have you ever seen a modular being built? I mean, it's like going into a Model A Ford factory and watching them go down the line. It's just amazing watching them. It's unbelievable, but quite efficient. And we actually spend more time designing the interior of the units than we do on the rest of the planning, because that's really where you need it, is how, what kind of finishes, what kind of going to have marble, or not marble, but granite countertops and yada, yada, yada. And it's quite remarkable what you can do that way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's come a long way. Thank you for that explanation. That concludes my questions. Henry looks like he's got another question for the applicant. So go ahead, Henry.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Hilberman, forgive me, it's late at night. I forgot to also compliment you on a thorough, well-designed package. I was wondering about the particularly lots 51 through 58 that back up to Fresno. The backyards would be facing Fresno. Is the picket fence design that's included in the package, is that the backyard privacy for those backyards, or is there going to be another fence that's not in the package that you're going to develop?
Let me actually, I will say, you've picked up certainly Board Member Wicks on the kind of detail that we will continue to need to evolve, but I'm going to hand it over to my landscape architect, Mike Cook, because he's been the one exploring the fences here. Mike, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Doug. No, the fences backing onto Fresno would be a good neighbor fence with a lattice top design that's shown on the L2 of the presentation. Detail 2. And those fences would be off of the street setback, and there'd be quite a bit of landscaping in front of it.
You're on mute, Henry.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
on mute. Yeah.
Sorry. Again, I'm going to use it's late as my dinner yet. So I just didn't pick that up in the package. And if it's a good neighbor fence, it kind of makes sense. It was more curious than having that low back picket fence didn't really make sense to me. Thank you.
And while you have thought flow going, why don't you make some comments on the project?
All right. Yeah, I generally I'm pretty favorable about the project overall. I like the rhythm, the movement in and out that you've created with the unit types and putting the garages in the center core of it, and it just has a nice rhythm and feel to it. I love your unit A1s, A2s, your B1s, B2s, your C1s and C2s, the C3s, any of the three combination of those is my least favorite of the elevations. The monoplane roof versus the combinations of hips and gables, I think is sweet and kind and feels good. I would encourage you looking at maybe some kind of modification to the A, B, C 3 units, just a consideration. I concerned about the overflow parking, but if Fresno is integrated into the widening of it and it's potentially double parked, or at least parked along Fresno fairly freely with the additional 12 on-site parking spots, I think it'd be great, and help alleviate that concern I have. The other concern that would help alleviate that would be that the garages are truly used for garages, and the potential for somebody a young single family hard-working group parks their car inside the garage, they've got their guest space in the backup space. I know some of it's going to get used for one car parked in, one car parked out. But I think for this really to work, it's critical that there be some sort of monitoring and assurances that the garages are used as garages. And I see you put glass lights up at the top, so the parking monitor can adequately go through and make sure that that's happening. So I think that's where I'm going to stop.
Thank you, Board Member Wicks. Board Member Cordenbrock, comments for the applicant.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I really liked Henry's, Board Member Wicks's comment, about kind of the rhythm and such. It kind of makes it feel like just a single family neighborhood, quite honestly. Granted, you have duplex or 2 units back to back kind of thing, but I think that's that's smart. Yeah, it really kind of allows for more, I guess, landscape or front yard feel to the entire development. I am just a little worried about the open space component. I realize that Village Green, I think it's Village Green Park, which is a city park, is less than 1,000 feet away and probably going to be used as a good respite and alternative to a lot of the private space that was described. But maybe that's something just to consider a bit, something that's maybe localized here. Granted, you have the adjacent open space, rogue open space, if you will, there as well. So kind of reminds me a little bit of the Greenway and kind of how that's been appropriated a little bit. But one of the things, another comment, I guess, would be as this is reviewed by the city, maybe looking at the opportunities for bulb outs at some of the intersections to decrease crossing lengths across Fresno, now that it's going to be doubly wide. So that way your cross time is cut down quite a bit. And also because you don't have a sidewalk necessarily stretching all the way up to Sebastopol Avenue. So at least that for the northern kind of alignment or cross street, I'm trying to find it, to have some kind of provision for signage or your markings on the ground for crossings like you have up at Sebastopol. Landscape plan, I guess that's my purview. Looks fine, looks good. And the only other, the thing I guess that I'd be curious about is for the front yards, is there any, would you be using kind of the templates that the county utilized as part of, like you see a lot in Coffee Park and some of the fire rebuilds? Because that kind of, that kind of aesthetic is, and some of the templates are pretty forward, they're pretty modern, and it'd be great to kind of see that in some of these drives and some of these driveways and front yards. Just taking a look at those templates. There's some decent ideas in there. And then the other thing, I guess, would just be to clarify, privacy fence versus perimeter fence. I guess it's L0 and L1 are kind of, it's not clear which is an 8-foot tall fence versus the 6-foot. And so I was piggybacking on Henry's question, I guess, is the 8-foot fence intended for the frontage along Fresno?
Listen, Mike, can I answer that question?
Log on home.
Yes.
Can anyone?
Can I answer that question?
Yes, please, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah.
So detail 1 on L2, it's is what we're doing on Fresno.
Yeah, okay.
Which is I'm sorry, I'm doing 2 things at once here.
Which is the 8-foot with the privacy up top.
Yeah, the 2-foot on top.
Gotcha. Okay. I think my one concern, it looked like bioretention areas were called out in the planter strips, like with the street trees. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Yeah, so that's, I guess my biggest concern with that is just an experience with trying to put trees in bioretention areas and bioretention mix, basically. It's just maybe there's an opportunity to, I don't know. It's hard to make that work, and so I'd hate for all your street trees to go away because of the bioretention only being up against or being in those planter strips. So, but that's a detail, just something to keep an eye out, at least, because you've got really good, you get some good character for those streets in there with how neck down and how kind of tight it feels with tree canopy and things like that. It really feels, well shaded, and the scale is very much residential, and if you can retain those. Let's see. I think that's it. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cordenbrock. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, comments for the applicant.
Yes. Well, Doug and Andy and Mike, it's great that you've been working together. And my kudos, particularly on the engaging the neighborhood and having quite a road here with wanting to solve the housing issues. Multifamily is not a bad name or word, but it's in many ways my deep compliment that serving ownership housing, having a rear yard, which is almost a thing of the past, looking at that level really stabilizes Santa Rosa. And I would argue, Peter Calthorpe anciently, like 1981, he was one of the top 20 people in America. And he said if people want to live longer, they should walk at least 2,500 feet. And he set up an entire metric for the nation based on that. Now people don't want to walk 500 feet 30 years later, sadly, because of the ease of fossil fuels. So the comment about walking to rogue spaces and other parks, I'm just a go on paying in lieu fees. And remember, everyone, that if every project did on-site affordable, we wouldn't have a bank. There would be no canvas bag of money for those people wanting to qualify for 100% affordable projects that is generated from projects like this. So my comments, I'll start with landscape, then I'll roll over to architecture. I've already addressed Andy. Thank you for all the work, Andy. Kindly done. I really love the trees you picked, Mike. In many ways, one of the fortes of the project, the ginkgo trees and the flaming maples, you're going to see a lot of color in this. The vitality of the project is going to be deeply enhanced. So I hope they do work out somehow with bioswaling. I know there's ways to stave and train roots and so forth, but really a wonderful palette that will help the project. Commissioner Kincaid, you touched on the same thing I was thinking of. I know there's GERD on in several Idaho-based modulars. It may be a different one. But one of the things I was thinking about was, since it's ownership, they look a lot like duplexes. And the most successful units, the one-story units, are obviously kind of an easy thing. But I was thinking, Doug, that the Series 1, Series 2, like Henry said, they are very successful. And the whole bank of units, if we go to the site plan a minute, the units that are two-story in the center of Terra and A Street, maybe we don't have to do that, but it's that bunching of the units. Yes, thank you. We can go to the architectural site plan. Yeah, thanks. We'll go back to the elevations, but what's particularly interesting is that the units in the middle, there wasn't a street section really shown of this, but these are the tall guys that not that tall. They're only two-story. And if we go now, Kristen, to the elevations that have been generated, you can go to the colored ones if you want. To me, what's interesting, yeah, go back to that first one you had, the one right there. Perfect. Thank you so much. What's interesting is that the two-story units all seem to be fairly dark. Your middle colors, sometimes your middle color is your body color. And if you took like the unit B1 and had it be the off-white instead of the olive, I think that would be less relentless than the entire, if I drove by and I all saw these dark earth tone, coffee tones on all the two-story, it seems like if you unbundled that and looked at some of them being lighter, some darker, also because these modulars have the on-site capacity with porches, you could, for instance, Doug, take the, just for differentiation of ownership, not really a cost difference, on your unit B1, one of those porches could be a low slope gable, very, very farm style. The other one stays horizontal, but maybe one's pitched, so it's slightly different. You could further unbundle it by painting one side a little different. I know they're aligned across the face, but gutters can change that. In general, I think with all the trees, and you could vary the colors even more. In my book, you could retire out those C plans, as Henry said, the gable to gable, keep the hip in the farm, and that's a lot going on. If you introduce colors that weren't just consistent with, say the more modern one, if that wasn't always coffee, that was some other color too. As you drive down the street, the color arrangement it's before it repeats, you see three things, three different colors. But this slight move of playing with carpentry at the porch level is a way to give a little more ownership, a touch, and I think it could be very sensitively done, a touch of home and individuality. And I think you've hit it out of the park with bringing back more than memories, but a lifestyle where children could actually have a place to do homework, be in the backyard, have domestic peace and less police protection. That's it for me.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hedgepeth. I couldn't agree more with everyone that's spoken so far. Very good review of the project, and I think, again, that's a testament to the package that we got. You can actually comment on a lot of these things. My comment would be similar to Vice Chair Hedgepeth in that, some differentiation of home ownership throughout the project, whether that's different paint colors or porch types. I think that, everyone's obviously going to have an address, but if you were standing in front of each one of these and you say, oh, well, are you the one to the right or the one to the left? Or, that's the only way to really differentiate them. I think there's tons of glazing on this project. It's just more than abundant, which is great. Again, I think the backyards, albeit there's no public open space to share in this small neighborhood, there's other places to walk to if desirable, but I think some people still yearn for a backyard, and even if it's modest, just to get outside in the sun and be semi-private. One color comment, and this is probably personal preference, so take it with a grain of salt. If you keep it, fine. But the asphalt shingle color that is most, I'll call it red, not really red, but I just find that when I'm driving through other subdivisions and they've got kind of this red roof, it just never really seems to fit for me. And it becomes particularly problematic when somebody decides to paint their house. A lot of times people paint their house before they change their roof, and nobody can really figure out what to paint with a red shingle or red hued shingle. So take it as you will. I think it's a great project, highly supportive of it. I don't think it needs much more tweaking, as you've heard tonight. And based on what you've been through to get it to where it's at today and get entitlements done and ready to build, I wish you speed in that process. Any parting comments from board members? Okay, I don't see any. Any clarifications from the applicant's perspective?
Certainly not from the architectural team. I appreciate everybody's feedback. Let me go through, just because we're not all in the same room, let me go through the team here. Matt and John, as owners, were there any questions you had?
I really didn't have any questions. This is Matt, by the way. I'm sitting here listening to the board members and appreciating their very positive response. And the first thing I think about are the three key guys that designed this. Wow, thank you very much, Doug and Andy and Mike. What a good job you did. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Much appreciated. Andy, anything from your end in terms of questions?
No, nothing from my end. And
okay,
thank you, Matt.
Mike, how about you?
Nothing from my end. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, great. Chair Kincaid and members of the board, again, thank you so much for the feedback and for giving us some very, very pointed things, some good ideas here tonight. So I think that'll just enrich the project. Appreciate it.
Yeah, pleasure. And staff, did you have any points of clarification or anything for the board on this item?
No, I think I got it all. This is Adam Ross, planner. I wrote down all of your suggestions and comments, and I'll reiterate that with the applicant team and make sure that they have we'll compare and contrast everything and make sure they have everything to take forward in the project.
Super. Well, thanks to the applicant team for sticking it out with us in this late evening, and job well done. Good to hear from you, Doug and Andy and Mike and Matt. Wish you success in your project.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. We made it through our items for this evening. Item number 7 is board member reports. Any board members have anything to report? Seeing none. Item number 8, department reports. Do we have any department reports, Mr. Rose?
No department reports. Just want to say thank you all. 2 nights in a row, you did a great job, and we do have September 3rd off, so enjoy that. And yeah, just thanks again for everything.
Yeah, and thanks to staff for being diligent in getting everybody back online and offline and back online. It's I know it can't be easy, and I can feel the beads of sweat dripping down your face on the back end, working hard while we just kind of hang out and wait for things to transpire. So much appreciated. Everyone have a great evening. Be safe. And we will see you when we see you. It is time to adjourn.